Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome everybody to the 7th edition of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. We start with round 3. Well, the round 3 has already been started. We have 15 minutes delay, but late about that. I'm Grandmaster Miro, and with my wonderful co-host, Grandmaster Maria Fominich, we will be calling all the action. Welcome.
But it's this. Hello, dear chess players. Yes, that.
Yeah, so what
we
do
have-
we have for today? First of all, let's not forget, we have two leaders. After only 2 rounds of play, Alexander Donchenko and Simon Gumoulage have one and a half out of two,
points.
1.5 out of 2. So let's quickly check the pairing, and the players are already playing, but we do not have the moves yet.
The first board is Alexander Donchenko against Robert Hovhannisyan.
Yeah, so we have that. We have Aravind with, I keep forgetting who Aravind's playing, Ray Robson. Ray Robson, who could, we were talking about this yesterday, who could study some endgames. Sorry to be critical, but yeah, but the endgame he lost.
Yeah, to criticize.
Yeah, the endgame he lost, I'm somewhat upset about. Right, on board 3, Nihal Sarin.
They both have lost today. Yesterday.
So Aravind and Ray Robson, yes. They face each other after a loss. On board 3, Simon Gumoulage, who yesterday joined our studio and was very happy about his performance so far, he's facing yet another very serious challenge, this time having the black pieces against the top seed, Nihal Sarin. On board 4, and again, a gentle reminder for those of you who are wondering why the broadcast looks so clumsy, Miro is, is in control of the tech, so whichever thing can go wrong will go wrong. On board 4, Ram Hakobian against Shan Sargsyan, so derby of the locals, derby of the locals, and even though the tournament is played in very friendly atmosphere, but I do not expect any quick friends draws, anything. No, these guys will be playing. Everybody is motivated. All of them are, young and ambitious. So I do not expect them to make any quick draws. And then ultimately, on board 5, Vladislav Artemiev has his first game with white in this tournament, so he's number 6 on the cross table. Started with double black. I'd like to say he had some difficulties with the black pieces, but ultimately held 2 comfortable draws, and now that's his first white game against Sam Sevian. And we just started to get the moves. And do we have a secret link, Maria? Maybe. We will not be abusing it. But now, not to wait for too long, we can somewhat jump in the future and tell me, please, what moves were played. So I imagine it's c4, e6, knight f3, check, knight c3, d5.
Knight c3. c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4.
It wasn't knight f3, pardon me. So it was the Nimzo.
Nimzo?
Yes, queen
and
to
after
c2.
d5.
d5, and Artemiev took on d5, right? Or what did he do?
Yes.
C, d5, e d5. By the way, queen d5. Once upon a time used to be a move.
But
I think played by, okay, maybe not first, but one of the first, say, grandmasters to play it was Ukrainian Oleg Romanishin, and that would be the whole idea. So you kind of, you exchange the queens, and surprisingly, what was somehow, a3, and then you would go bishop d6, and even if they go after this bishop, somehow it was considered to be fine because you have some control over the light squares. And sometimes knight would go to d5 or e4.
Yeah, beautiful knights.
Yeah. But of course, the main line is c takes, e takes, and
Rogozin?
it can become a Rogozin if black plays a move and you go knight f3, right? But with knight on g2, it is still a nimzo, right? So this, and I think bishop f4 was played, right?
Yeah.
So once upon a time, bishop g5 used to be kind of the very main line.
But a long line with h6.
Yeah. H6, bishop h4, some g5, all of that, yeah. Bishop f4, and that's all we have for now. That's all we have for now.
It is more peaceful, I think, than bishop g5.
You could play it in, I think, in different fashion, but probably you're looking to play c5 sooner or later, because there are some positions where you could go c6 and transpose into some sort of a Carlsbad, right? But now having played bishop b4 and then maybe return to say d6 is not your ideal Carlsbad, because white played all the good moves. Bishop f4, queen c2. It's not like white lost a tempo or something. Yeah, so there is that.
Carlsbad with bishop f4.
Yeah.
The normal Carlsbad with bishop g4.
No, bishop f4, bishop g5. I mean, Carlsbad is like, if I'm like very particular on this meta, Carlsbad we call the structure, right? And then so CD, in theory, like if you play through Queen's Gambit moves order, so whenever I take on d5, you take back on d5 with the e pawn. That's theoretically the Carlsbad structure. Yeah. Anyway, that's all what we have for now. And we can return to board one, and I'll click on the camera from board one, where Alexander Donchenko, who has won a monster game yesterday, 129 moves, I'm tempted to say.
More than 6 hours.
More than 6 hours, which is quite rare with this time control. And we got to talk to him a bit during the late dinner yesterday, and he admitted himself that I wasn't expecting much from these opposite colored bishops, but I felt like I'm better, so I have to push. At least like imitate that I'm playing. And then Ray found himself like spending all the time after the time control and then like playing on 30 seconds, which is like tall order. It's not easy to defend, and eventually he failed to do so. Right, and the line they have.
This is Petrov.
Yeah, the line they have is something we discussed a couple of days ago, right?
Yes, but it's a sharp system.
Knight to c3.
This long castle against short castle.
Yeah, bishop e7, bishop e3, and particularly knight to d7 defines that black will not be attempting castle long, because I imagine you could still play knight c6, bishop e6.
Yes, but now
nowadays knight d7s, of course, or maybe castles queen d2, knight d7. That depends on your preference. Yeah, that is okay. And maybe we could look at a bit more moves that you guys have in official broadcast.
No?
Right. Oh, that's a lot of moves.
Okay, let's go. After
Queen d2, I imagine it's castle.
Castle, long castle.
Knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah. Bishop d3. Rook e8.
Rook e8. Is it like a little bit old-fashioned? Right, so c5 used to be like one of the. Not so sure. I will not attempt to check it in the database, or maybe I should. No, I should not.
And also, I could.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, like c5 is one of the ways, right? Anyway, rook e8. Rook e8. Then what? So the move was rook e1, bishop g4, bishop g5, queen to d7, and white. King b1, king to b1, bishop to f5, bishop takes, queen takes, and queen d3.
Oh.
I'm tempted to say this looks very, very solid from black, and not so challenging from white, if you'd let me tell so. Because queen takes, I'm not even sure what the plan is. I mean, c takes. Yes, but then I don't know. Yeah, like white's probably has like a teeny weeny bit of initiative, right? But it's hard to believe it will be enough. I don't know. Do we go h6? Do we go king f8? Even a move like knight to d5 seems okay-ish. Knight d5, and if they trade, there is nothing to play for, so probably some bishop d2. I mean, I kind of get it. Maybe white is a little bit more comfortable, right? So sometimes it's only the difference if you've castled long and the position is very calm and the queens are traded. Oftentimes the king from c8 or c1 is faster to get to the center compared to the short castle. But it's a very, very minimal thing if at all white has anything.
You know that actually I expected some h4 and attacking plan for white.
Yeah, over here I believe you have
Bishop
you
d3?
have choices. Yeah, bishop
Choice?
d h4 is also a move already.
Move?
Yeah, but bishop d3, rook e8, and here, right?
Here, for example,
h4.
h4, or even bishop g5.
Bishop g5, yeah, just to highlight that this is always an option,
Yeah.
right? And in some positions it kind of works perfect. In some positions it's actually kind of dubious, but black's concern in this line that white always can put a piece on g5 and pretty much never leave. There was an iconic game Sergei Avagyan won against Kramnik. That's quite some time ago, 15 years ago or something, where the knight was put on g5. Not in this position, but a very similar position. Knight g5 and say h6, h4, and this knight never moved away. Say d5, f3, something like that. It's not the exact position. That's something very similar. Right, so that's what we have. That's what we have. And then again, sometimes it's nice to look a bit into the future because in our kind of moves relay with 15 minutes delay, we have queen d2 only, and you could expect some fantastic sharp chess, but it seems that's what we have in reality. Queen d3, cd3 has already been played, right? It's not much really.
Position, of course.
Yeah, that looks like quite a balanced position.
Okay, let's go to Robson.
Aravind and Robson on board 2. Did I switch? Yep. Aravind and Robson on board 2. And here, once again, we will probably use our power.
Interesting after.
We will probably use our power to look into the future, right?
Okay.
So it started as the Berlin, d3,
bishop c5.
d3, bishop c5.
Takes, on c6.
Aha, that's all we have, right?
Yeah.
And then bishop c6, d c6. What's the move? Knight g2.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. By the way, okay, I'll mention it here, but for the same reason, you could not take this pawn a move earlier. That queen d4. Queen d4 is the refutation. So this pawn seems like it's hanging, but it doesn't.
Yes.
Castles or
castles, yeah. And now bishop d6 to
bishop d6
to defend it, because after the castles.
Yeah, after castles we are serious about taking this pawn. Yep. Bishop d6.
Knight b3.
Knight b3.
Queen e7.
So here, this is interesting.
Yeah.
After knight b3.
b6 maybe.
b6 would stop knight. Yeah, like knight.
Stop,
knight a5.
Yeah.
That is like a funny situation, because on one hand, like knight on b3 is pretty stupid, but at the same time, knight a5 might be annoying. What white is getting ready to do is to go d4. That is something to consider. Like I imagine b6, d4 could be the move. Again, I'm not entirely certain what happens if knight e4 is taken. And yeah, because this I would be relatively, maybe for no reason, but I would be relatively happy and say I'm getting some sort of Berlin, but apparently not. Queen e2, rook d1. Yeah, white is just too fast. So d4 is a concern, therefore queen e7 was played. And after
queen d7, knight a5.
After knight a5,
attacking
black
b7 pawn, black
castled long.
Castled long, yeah.
Black castled long. What happened?
No.
Some glitch in the system, pardon me. Black castled long.
And c3, c3,
C3 in order to play d4.
and knight d7. This is an actual
Position, yeah.
current position. Yeah. Could be interesting because b4 for white and g5, f5 options for black.
Yeah, it's tricky because I've seen quite a few games where white. So it no longer looks like a Berlin. It looks more like okay.
What
This
with
is
the queen?
this is some some glitch with some glitch with the PGN, I believe, because this is clearly an illegal move, right? Yeah. So where I was going with it, that I've seen white being successful with their attack.
c6
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, you can say like that's a hook that I'm kind of trying to pull more weaknesses. Like I'm going to b5 and so on. But it could be a false knowledge. Now I have realized because I've seen such attacks working in the exchange variation, where a6 would be played because. Like this structure you can have not from the Berlin but from a6 bishop takes pawn takes d3 it could be exactly the same position. Now you just go bishop d6. Let's say okay. I mean d3 is not the move, of course. Yeah, it's like what do you do here? Okay, I'll just play some random moves but basically a3 b4 or rook b1 before a4, and then when you go b5 you're forcing kind of opening the files, right? While here it's a little bit trickier because even if we get the pawn to b5, maybe black replies with c5.
But maybe we shouldn't play here a3 to play b4, and that's why it's interesting that
you mean before
without
touching the
a3,
a pawn?
Yeah.
No, we are not playing a3. I thought a4 before b5.
Yeah.
But maybe you go b4 and you go c4 and you're threatening c5 in some positions.
Yes,
So that is tricky.
Option, yeah.
But also on the other hand, like for black, even if black gets to play f6, g5, it's still like it takes quite a lot of time, right? So you go f6, g5, h5, right?
So.
And then kind of the canonical way of attacking would be to go h4 then to stop knight h4, and only then g4, and eventually after 5 moves you are getting to open some
maybe
files.
black is not on time here with this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like probably black shouldn't even try to go for it and instead find some way.
Maybe it's the better idea just to play in the center, to play f5, takes on e4 and open the d file.
Yeah, f5, but f5, like normal reaction to f5 for me would be to take, right?
Okay, but d3 pawn.
Then d3 pawn, yeah, exactly. Because without c3, say one move earlier, if I didn't play c3 but I played this stupid move, right?
Okay.
And this maybe, I don't know, this stupid move to go b4 anyway. So here f5 usually means that this square white will try to use with rook e1, some knight g5, knight e4.
Okay.
Again, the position is not so clear. With the pawn on c3 I agree. Now pawn on c3, knight d7, f5 you can play, there's nothing wrong.
Looks faster at least
than
g5.
And I thought of the other concept, which is probably a bit strange, but if I go, say, I'm not sure what white's playing, b4, yeah, f6, say you play some bishop b3 or something, and to go knight b8,
could I
to
take
go
on
b6,
a7?
No, you can take on a7, yes, you can take on a7, and if I do this, you take on b8. And I cannot really take two guys. Yeah, I mean, I can take this one, but then the bishop runs away. Yes, after bishop e3, knight b8 is bad. And king b8 is also not something I'm very happy with. So I guess this way.
This knight on a5.
Knight on a5 is actually quite an annoying piece. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, this is where we are at for the moment. And this promises us quite,
Quite interesting.
yeah, that should be quite an interesting fight.
Next one.
Moving on, board 3, Michal Sarin against Simon Gumlar. Here we are back to something that
Let me open
I
current position.
recall myself playing
Ah,
in some like 2010s and so on, after famous manuscript on chess openings, aka Avruch book, was released. So Boris Avruch done a wonderful series on d4 repertoire based on G3 systems, pretty much against
fat.
everything. Yeah, no, I think it was like it was 2 volumes and then like later editions and so on. So basically, it's G3 systems against anything you can play a G3 system against. It's a Catalan, it's G3 against Grunfeld, it's G3 against the King's Indian, and so on and so on. And this was his recommendation against the Slav, to go e3, knight c3, and I think the exact position was knight h4, where black would have a choice between going bishop e4 first, provoking f3, or going bishop g6 immediately. Queen
Like
b3,
here.
yeah, queen b3, queen b6, knight takes,
G-
pawn takes, and queen to c2. There have been such games, even on a very high level. So it's there's nothing new.
Yes, Shimon, yes, he
Knight
played.
to d7. What is new is the fact that we don't see how much time Shimon Gumulaj has. So apologies for that. I'll show it. Where is it? Only the board. Yeah, if we use this one, then normally we should see the time. But Gumulaj, it says 0, so I don't think he lost on time. He wouldn't be allowed to make moves. We'll have to live with it, something with the DGT board apparently, or connection of the clock to the DGT board. Knight d7 is the last move I have. If you have
let's
more moves,
continue.
if you have more moves, I'm
Bishop
happy
d2,
to. Bishop d2,
Queen c7, h3,
h3,
and a6.
a6. So
It's idea
a6,
to
we want to take, go
control
b5,
b5.
go c5. Plus, even if we, let's say, even if you are planning to take on c4, we don't want to take on c4 so the bishop takes from f1, right? So first we will wait for this bishop to be moved, and only then we'll take.
Yeah,
Now,
tempo.
I'm not even sure how you're supposed to play this one. I guess
Maybe
rook
takes
c1.
on d5?
Yeah, takes on d5 was something. Interestingly,
And
I
then
believe
to
this
develop
is
the bishop.
also playable, but somehow
Ah,
somehow c takes d5 is the
and
move.
b5 controlled, it's useful for black, of course.
Yeah,
Here.
you'll go b5 before, because very often it's, I mean, kind of to understand what happens in this position, very often white is playing like a lot of useful, semi-useful moves and waiting for black to decide where you're castling. And then let's say if, I don't know, like I say I played bishop e7, bishop e2, I played some a3 pretending it's clever. And if you castle short, then all of a sudden I say h4, g4, and so on. Yeah, I could castle long. Sometimes I'll just keep the king, let's say, in the center for now, expand on the king side, and then later decide what to do. By the way, computer once again laughs at me, says, you know I can take your pawn on c4, so I should probably take this guy first. And then if you recapture with e pawn, then yes, it looks like h4 with the idea to go g4, h5 is quite strong. So yeah, I'm looking forward. Again, knight d7, bishop d2, queen c7,
c7,
h3, a6, and that's all we have.
Yeah.
And that's all we have.
Michal Sarin is thinking about maybe rook c1.
I wonder if there is a world where you go
c5.
c5.
e5 maybe? Or
yeah.
b5, b6, a5.
b6.
A lot of options here.
Yeah, I think before a5 should work for black, even though I'm not sure. No, Compi says it doesn't. That's, by the way, something new to me, but apparently this one is just like better for white. Because if you go c5, I guess there is like some tactical problem after knight a4.
And
And
takes.
yeah, if you take, the position is symmetrical, but the structure is symmetrical, but the bishop is very powerful. b5, bishop on b5 supported by the a4 pawn.
Maybe.
The pin's annoying. Yeah, true that. So c5, e5 maybe, and then again it's hard to tell. If I go castle long, then of course you'll start going b6, a5, and so on. Right, so I'm not even sure. Because what's interesting, I say you go here and this structure happens, just pretend like that. So normally, if there is no doubled pawns, you'd go g6 and bishop to g7, and then the bishop's nice on g7, pressing on the pawn on d4, and then all of this like known maneuvers, knight goes to e6, black wins the pawn, black wins the game. But yeah, but with doubled pawns here,
b6, I think.
with doubled pawns here,
because without b6, I don't know what to do.
yeah, black risks to be quite passive, right? Black risks to be quite passive. So I'm not even sure if e5 is the good move at first place. So after c5, maybe we go b6, or can we go a5 first? That is also an option. To go a5 first, because now a3 doesn't help you to hold the c5 pawn. b4 is not possible, right?
But I can b6.
Strangely, computer once again schools me on this position being just like better for white. No question.
Pawns hanging up everywhere.
Apparently, it's a very simple. I was looking for the reason why can't I play rook c8, and the reason is probably the pawn hanging. So it's just like not a good position. Bishop e2, bishop e7, and this is where it takes the pawn on a5. I could probably castle as well. Okay, so there is that. So c5 is something to consider.
What? It's
another game. Yeah, because you've seen the position drastically changing, and you thought it's impossible.
I don't believe what is it.
And it's only possible because it's another game. So we are moving to board 4, right?
Yeah.
Aram Hakobian against Shan Sargsyan, and they have, which looks like some Rui. No, it's not the Rui. Bishop's on g7. It is a Rui, aka Spanish opening, Spanish game. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, and the fifth move d2, d3, d6. c3 and g6. Yeah, G6. So the thing with d3, I always thought that if you wanted to, again, like it's a very, very amateurish understanding, because even though like once upon a time I was a good player, or supposedly a good player, but I've never really looked into, into Ruy Lopez from, say, philosophical point of view, like why this move, and because sometimes what's enough, let's say I've decided if I ever go e5, I'll play the Berlin, and I don't care about all these like subtleties, move orders, but from what I understand, after d3, because you could have it with pawn on a7, bishop on b5, which we have, like, so it would be the Berlin. Still, bishop c5 is what black can and probably should do.
And most active, maybe.
Yeah, and therefore, I was thinking if white wanted to play the system with d3, usually what they do, they would castle, and then after bishop e7, which is the most popular move, then white would go d3. So now playing bishop c5 would mean you just lost the tempo. Yeah, basically you cannot play bishop c5. It's, of course, a different kind of different theory, different system, but yeah. So the only downside that I could kind of figure out after castle short is that white exposes himself to so-called open variation, right? Knight takes e4, this, and so on and so forth, with a lot of theory and I guess a draw at the end. Right, but
after d4,
after
d3,
after d3, that is what I'm somewhat surprised. Yeah, because d6 is a playable move, but it's kind of not, let's say, not the most active, not the most ambitious in a way. But again, these are two locals players, two locals playing, so they must have known each other for a very long time.
From their
And
childhood,
there is,
maybe.
yeah, and there is like some insider type preparation that I know in this line this guy plays, I know, some sharp line or whatever, and therefore I want to surprise him earlier. Bishop to g7, castles, h3, h6, knight d2, here, 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 and bishop c2. Do we have more moves?
Let me check.
So
After attack, no,
after
you
bishop
are,
c2,
you are on bishop c2. Yeah, this
Yep.
is the last one. Bishop
bishop
b7,
d7, okay.
knight b3.
That's interesting, bishop b7, because...
Today we have two knight b3.
But knight b3 is also, like, knight b3 honestly is very surprising. Anyway, I will not be critical because I don't understand the position too much, but I feel like knight b3 is very surprising to see in the Spanish.
The Spanish knight f1 maybe.
Yeah, that's the classical route. You go to f1 and then you decide,
G
is it g3 or
or
e3?
E3,
Yeah,
yeah.
oftentimes it's just g3. But
maybe not with g6 pawn, maybe.
even then,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
just put it on g3 and somehow it stops some f5s and...
Protecting e4.
Yeah, that's the main job. So before going for d3, d4, you want e4 to be protected like as much times as possible. But I wanted to address bishop b7 because, like, my very amateurish understanding is that when white plays d3 system, you should not be putting the bishop on b7 if you have a chance not to, because the whole d3 thing, it's sort of designed against bishop b7 because it's quite stupid here. On the other hand, white doesn't have the ideal setup. So the ideal setup would be, I guess, bishop on b3 and so on. And then if white returns to the plane with play with d4, then bishop on b7 is fine. So bishop to b7, knight b3. I guess knight b3 is designed to fight d5. So it's not, maybe you're not ecstatic about your knight being on b3, but at least you're stopping d5 for now.
And you know, it's interesting that white plays knight b3 without b4 pawn.
Yeah, I agree. Like if we played, say, b3, some king h7 stupid move, and knight b3, that would make more sense to me, so to speak.
More classical.
Because, yeah, I'm supporting d4. If d5 ever happens, I'm very happy to put this knight on c5, and so on. Here I have a very, very straightforward question. Like, what happens if we go a5? I guess a4?
Yeah, just to ask the question.
Yeah, allowing a4 doesn't seem right. So a4 and then
b4?
I guess b4. But it's also, I have to confess, these ones I also do not understand very well.
d4, maybe.
d4, I feel like something will break. So
yeah.
usually, again, yeah, there might be some other recipe, but usually what I know, that if black gets to trade and trade again and get the knight on b4, yeah, there's something, very often something just collapses, because even if nothing collapses, the knight on b4 is a good piece. So
and
whenever
the bishop's on b7 and g7.
Yeah, bishop is working. This guy's working as well. Yeah. So you can't really say go d5 because something will fall. In general, right, if you get the chance to take on c3 before taking on d4, do it. Because if you just take on d4, cd4, yeah, there is no square for the knight. Apparently this position is still fine because computer surprises me with some knight b8, which I do not necessarily believe. Yeah, it's probably just awkward for us to defend e4, and if we go knight d2, the bishop is left here, and you just go knight d7, you go, maybe you're right, maybe you go c5 or something.
We are using this strange knight on b3.
Yeah. Anyway, so where are we at? So maybe d4 is, no, not maybe, but surely d4 is a bit too early. So bishop e3 or bishop d2, bishop e3, I guess. And then we'll see what we do. But yeah, very original, unorthodox middle game for like for
Mm,
Rui
for-
Lopez. So not our usual plans with knight f1, knight g3, but something else. That is what happened in case of a5, which I don't think was played.
Ah,
Or was it played? Yes, it
yeah,
was.
it was.
So
Yeah.
knight b3, a5 was played, a4 was played, b4 was played, and white
A5
is thinking here.
is real logical
Yeah, that's,
answer.
I agree. A5 looks too kind of too natural not to be played. There is other thing that I could think of is like return back to d2 and try to return to kind of normal setup with the bishop on b3, but I'm probably spending way too much time on it.
Let
And
me check the position on the base.
you mean knight b3? If knight b3 was
Yeah.
played,
I
check it.
I think
Yeah.
no. Actually.
Looks like we are in uncharted territory. But yeah, please give me.
Of course, after bishop b7,
Which is a playable move, so
yeah,
there are games in the
there are
database.
games with b4 or a4.
So
Of course,
b4
no games with
or
knight
a4.
b3.
But if you look at it, at least like not so deep engine which is running at the background of my computer says that knight b3 is one of the top three moves.
Yes.
You have a4, you have b4,
The
you have
second line.
knight b3. Okay, I mean it'll change maybe, but more or less the same evaluation. So it is a legitimate move. Okay, last but not least, our team with Savian, where we should be getting some updates.
Of course.
Bishop f4, castle short, e3, and there should be more moves.
c5?
But not so many, in fact. c5,
Takes.
dc5, and that's all we have, right?
Bishop c5?
Bishop
Let's
c5 is
continue.
already played. I was thinking about some.
It's a very known variation with long castle. Yeah.
Knight c.
I prepared it once.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know this one. I've
Because
seen.
if bishop takes, it's very here. Bishop takes and queen
a5.
It's really interesting. No.
So if I take cd4, it's knight c6, and you have some.
No, it's better to take
With the e pawn.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting position with bizarre
Pawn structure.
pawn structure.
I just see that Compi says go bishop f5, be brave. The
Uh,
point being, if you take it's just a
yeah,
perpetual. Check,
and
queen
it's
c2,
draw.
queen a1.
A1, yeah.
So some bishop f5, bishop d3, and it should be like more and more theory takes here, b6. Cool. So yeah, but black decided not to go d4 to keep it simple. Bishop takes c5.
Bishop c5, yeah.
And
knight f3. Knight c6.
Good.
Bishop e2. Bishop e6. And
Bishop e6 already played.
Yeah, and short castle, not long castle. But here long castle is.
It's probably way too optimistic. The question is if we could go d4 and just claim that it's completely equal. Or maybe it's not
easy to
rook
equalize
d1.
after rook d1, yeah.
Rook d1, and I'll just lose a pawn. Yeah, I see Compi going queen b6, e d4, bishop d4, or even knight d4. Apparently this one's not exactly equal, strangely, which it's not obvious to me why black would have any trouble here.
Because the bishop on d4
somehow vulnerable, some knight a4 or something. Yeah, bishop d7 and queen d2. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, that's
you should take on c3.
Yeah, like minimalistic computer stuff. Yeah, minimalistic computer stuff. So basically, Compi says you get something like that.
Yes.
Bishop f3 and
some problem because the position is open.
Yeah, it looks like. I feel like it should be defendable, but probably you're not ecstatic about this one. Yeah, bishop b5, whatever.
The pawn structure in two flanks and the pair of bishop, I think it's better for white.
That is if he can keep the two bishops, because I was thinking like maybe I'll go bishop c6 somewhere, or bishop g4 even. And bishop g4 I just blundered, rook d6, rook f6, okay.
Okay, some tactical problem.
Yeah, so that answers my question, why not d4, because even if
It's
it
too early maybe,
equalizes,
yeah.
even if it equalizes, it's not so fun. Castles, and now
Okay, we have an isolated pawn for black here. That's why I think white
could be slightly better,
slightly
but
better.
not necessarily, right? a6, bishop a7, I mean, all this classical. Oh, maybe this, what I'm calling classical, is maybe again like a false pattern recognition, because a6, bishop a7, it's played when this bishop is on long diagonal, right? So the point being, I say a6, again, I'm not sure if I'm not blundering any tactic, but let's agree I don't. Here, and why they go, I mean, they move the bishop away so that it's not running into any sort of tactical tricks. And later on, and again, imagine this bishop being on b2, later on queen d6, rook c8, and bishop goes to b8. And then it all makes sense. But with the bishop on this diagonal, maybe you don't really need all this like a6, bishop a7 stuff. I mean, you probably go a6 anyway to stop knight b5, and after rook d1 you go something along the lines of queen e7, rook d8, rook c8.
And what with this bishop on e2? How we can act with? Maybe I don't know.
Probably this would be something I'd be looking into. But again, say knight e5, and I go rook c8, knight takes, rook takes, bishop f3. Even these things, like I feel like nowadays,
like this queen on c2. Actually,
even these things, like nowadays, I believe, like it's very hard to win a game in the isolated pawn structure, because people figured out that you don't have to defend it all the time. Like oftentimes you just offer white to take it.
But
a lot of stuff gets traded, and black goes rook c2 at the end of the line. And yeah, and maximum you can have 4 versus 3, which is a draw. It's not a very romantic way of playing this position, but maybe the times are such that you have to you don't have room for being romantic. Bishop e6.
Have one romantic game at least.
Hang on, he castled and rook c8 was played from what I see, right? Rook c8 was the last move. Yeah, cool.
Yes, rook c8 was the last move.
I don't know what the situation is of now, but pay attention yourself, guys. Avagyan is apparently on his own. He has spent half an hour already. And very early in the game, so he's somewhat behind.
End game in the board number 1.
Board one, which is Donchenko against Hovhannisyan. We are getting closer and closer to a draw. So could you please catch me up on what has happened? After cd3, h6 was played. Bishop took on f6. Bishop f6.
d4.
d4.
h5.
h5. And white went d5. I don't know what to say about this one. White still has like a tiny bit of space, but I find it hard to believe. Let's say if black just goes, goes here, goes here, takes, and goes rook e8. And I'm deliberately playing in the most kind of stupid way, because one could say maybe black actually needs this rook to generate counterplay, because white rook is not threatening.
c6 and then
maybe c6, maybe even like g6, king g7, I don't know, h4, rook goes here, just to have the rook on the board, right? But even if we go rook e8 and we trade it, it's very hard to see how white's planning to win this game. I go to d7, I play some sort of like a6, g6, and then just shuffle.
Maybe pawn endgame will be better for white. exchange on d4.
Yeah, if I take on d4, but I would never ever do this. Like even if it's a draw, like why bother calculating? And I understand there's like a lot of space advantage for white, but so what? Kind of. Yeah, this should be very solid. Yeah. This should be very solid.
I
So
think
one
the
is is
most
doing well.
romantic game is today is Alexander Donchenko.
No, that's Donchenko.
Robson Aravind. I'm sorry.
Aravind with Robson on board too.
Yeah.
And again, now we caught ourselves in a sort of a trap because we know the actual position. I think after first break we should like really switch to what people see. To really switch what people see with the 15 minutes delay. Yeah. So knight a5. Wait. No, that's not even the real position. So c3, knight d7.
d7 before, of course, and here bishop.
H. No.
No.
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Bishop g4. Yeah. And after knight c4.
Knight returns back.
Why knight goes back?
I guess nothing to do on a nothing to do on a5. And
I
maybe
thought about
preparing
bishop e3 to maybe before.
Here bishop e3. Well, apparently there is some tactic like that. f5, and if you were to take, it's e4, and if you take, it's knight e5. And this is where, like, the knight on a5. Knight on a5 is like not working.
Take a7 before f5 and here.
Take on a7.
Imagine,
I guess
I'm a fisher.
take, and rook f8, and I think some problems.
You are not trapping the bishop, okay?
No, because there is knight takes c6, of course. Yeah, but strangely, I've lost the pawn, but the king is relatively safe still, right? The king is relatively safe still, and then black is somehow probably somewhat faster on the king's side, because
take with the rook.
Takes with the rook, yeah. G takes and bishop h5, and I want to go rook f8 and take f3 with the bishop. So white should
very dangerous for white, of course.
Probably run back with the knight to defend it. Queen h4. It doesn't look like white is enjoying this. He's probably fine on a kind of grand scale.
He played better. He played knight c4.
Let me find it. Yeah, knight to c4.
And black replied h6 here. And bishop e3 here. And what about f5?
ef5. Okay, e4 here doesn't really work, right? Doesn't really work. Yeah, there'll be some knight d6.
We control e5 square.
Yeah, knight e5
just
takes, and okay, Compi says some bishop c5, which I don't understand, but let's say move the queen, maybe even E2. Like, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't like to give this pawn. I see computers. No, but ultimately, now I do have a problem. I thought I had no problem whatsoever, but I do have a problem with queen h4. Yeah, got it.
3 pawns on f file.
Yeah, that's one funny structure. Oops, funny structure like that. So queen c2 was stupid, but queen e2.
Yeah, just to protect the knight on f3.
Yeah. So f5 is over-optimistic, apparently. Or rather, e4 is over-optimistic, because here you can go rook f8 and intend to take with the rook, and then it's still a fighting position.
Interesting, yeah.
Still fighting position. Okay, so bishop e3, and what is... black's to move. Exactly, so that's why we thought like f5. Black could also go king b8. Guard the pawn for now, and later on see what exactly will be
a4.
A4. I don't know. Do we play g5? I feel like we never play g5 because it doesn't do much. Feels like it's either f5 or I don't know. Knight f8, knight e6 might be too slow. I probably should play f5 anyway.
If I take
ef, rook here.
I need to. Yeah. Maybe h3.
h3, and we take. Looks again like white is the one who has more chances of an attack here, but now
But
we are
e4
getting some files open in the center, and usually, right? I mean, if
e4.
there is play in the center, then the side attacks are kind of too slow. In general, this could be an exception, of course.
And how to prevent this e4 idea? I don't know.
Maybe take this guy.
Take.
Take this guy, so that if you take c d6, at least like e4 is no longer scares me, no longer scares me. And if you take like that, d4, e4, knight, d2.
Yeah, without dark square bishop, it is.
Yeah, it's not easy to get there. It's not easy to
okay.
get. I think it's quite tricky still. Like black.
But yes, we could play queen g6 with an idea to take on h3.
I mean, I see what Compi does. Queen g6, and it says, let's go to h2, and they'll give us check and go back to g6. But don't ask me why can't I play king h1, for instance. Yeah, it's not so obvious.
Instead of, yeah.
Right, so h6, bishop e3, and Ray Robson is thinking.
Oh, let's go to Nihal Sarin maybe.
On board 3, Nihal Sarin with Shimon Gumulaj, and that is what
As
we
the
have.
king still on a8.
On e8, yeah. So if you could tell me what happened starting from move 11. Because, oh, no, wait, not 11. I actually have, no, never mind. I see what happened from move 11. h3, a6, castle's long, d takes c4. Castle's long, by the way, is quite, quite a, bold continuation. So you define where your king is before your opponent does. So you kind of show black where to attack.
As a commentator, I support
opposite castles.
Yes.
Yeah, well, at least it's either fun, or if it's not fun, that means that everything exchanged in the center and the game is not so long. Yeah, I agree. c5, and the white went d5.
d5.
E takes. Bishop f3, I imagine. Yeah. What's then?
Rook d8.
I wonder what happens
Without
after knight b6. Do we understand what's the problem with knight b6? e4 apparently.
d4?
d4, e5 is, yeah, here I'm somehow happy. And I wait, and probably should say that I'm happy because of
the king on e8
this and
still.
the king on e8. Yeah. No, but what's cool, because I thought, what's the problem? I go knight d5.
Takes.
If you take, yeah, it's not good. But bishop a5 is the key move, and that's too many pins. Too many pins, and this is how white almost wins. The e4, but after e4, I'm tempted to say some position like this, where you take on d5, knight takes, pawn takes.
And maybe castle immediately.
Yeah, like good old times, I would think black has like a really, really nice position, blockade on d6, black has like some advance on a queen side, but apparently, again, since I've taken with this pawn, it gives white kind of early or easier access to open the h-file. To open the h-file. Anyway, d5, ed5, bishop f3, and rook d8.
Rook d8 takes
white
on
took
d5.
on d5, knight d5, bishop d5. This looks like two bishops advantage to me.
Yes, this is the current position.
Yeah, white has two bishops, black has one. That is why it's called two bishops advantage.
And what about the kings?
You have more bishops, right? For the kings, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, black obviously has... obviously is not obvious. Bishop c3.
The pawn on g6 is hanging.
If you castle, yeah, white could take on g6. Funny enough, it's not winning, because after bishop f6, it's actually quite tricky. Because now if you take on f6, you're in sort of trouble even. Bishop b3, c4, you just lose, yeah. So you'd have to go queen g5 or queen f5, and then black takes, white takes, black takes, white takes, and black goes c4. And even
Ah,
though
C3
white is,
is,
like c3 is
threatening.
annoying, rook d8 is here. So even though black is a pawn down, he's the one having decent
Yeah, but
compensation.
compensation is enough.
But also, like, castle's one thing. I guess bishop f6 is something you could consider. It's a very tricky
But
position.
maybe at a check on e4? No?
Yeah, bishop f6, it'd be a check. King f8. And then what do you do? Like, if you allow me to take
Of
on
course.
f6 is not that great, right? If you take yourself, then of course, I mean, knight f6
Knight
is also
f6,
cool, but pawn takes and king g7, it's such a solid position.
Of course, I don't want to exchange the bishops, but I don't know how to.
Probably not playing bishop e3, but do some bishop c3. I made the move
Maybe
just to show this
just
funny line.
king b1.
King b1,
Solid
yeah.
move.
King b1, then after castles you cannot take on g6 because of knight f6 and the bishop's not protected. And then if you go here, it's still
c4.
c4. Yeah. So queen g6 is not an option.
Maybe
But something
h4?
g4 or h4 is
h4.
an option. Yeah. Knight f6, bishop f3. These are hard for me to navigate because I see black is kind of getting closer, c4, so on, but oftentimes just put the bishop on c1 or c3 or c1, and then you trade these guys, and then you go h4. Maybe there is no need to move the bishop at all right now, and you just go.
And I see that Nihal Sarin has 1 hour.
1 hour and 5 minutes. So that's kind of.
And what about
tells us
Shimon?
that Shimon should be having more time. I believe he should be having more time. Let me see. Where are we at? We are in this position. Yeah, after bishop d5, bishop e7. Yeah, Compi tells us go g4 immediately. That promises to be very sharp. So we have Arvin with Robson. We have this one. So far, the quietest is Donchenko Hovhannisyan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's check boot 4 once again. And again, catch up. Hakobian with Shan Sargsyan. Catch up with the players knight b3, a5, a4, b4. We had bishop
d2.
bishop
and
d2.
rook e7.
Bishop d2 and rook e7. Rook e7 is a funny move.
Why not?
Why? Yeah, but why rook e7? Where does
why
it
not,
go?
Why not queen e7? Yeah.
I guess to put the queen on e8 so that.
Or maybe rook on d7.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't make much sense right now. I guess it's like to say that d4 is not something you want. E takes, c takes, and some queen b8. I don't know, knight d8. So doubling against this e pawn.
Some pressure here.
Yeah, like tricky stuff. Bishop d2, rook e7. But we have a interesting. Seriously, never thought of knight on b3 being a good thing, but it might be here. And I absolutely love like the moves computers making. Okay, like the suggested moves are king to h2, which I can somehow tolerate.
Candidates.
Yeah, rook c1, which seems too deep, but maybe one day the c file. And the third move is queen to b1, which is like completely beyond me. I guess defending e4 one more time to get, well, the more I look at it, it's mysterious computer move, but maybe it's not so silly, because if you take c3, I take c3, and all of a sudden the queen's working. If rook, if rook b8, then I guess queen. I was thinking queen a2.
It reminds me some Sicilian ideas with for black with queen b8. Some
queen b8 in order to play rook c8. Yeah. Okay. For now we have rook e7. This is not sharp yet. Rook c1 is already played. Yeah. So here and rook c1. This is not sharp yet. This is what you would call strategically complex position. 16 moves played, not a single pawn being exchanged. on every move you consider like possible structures, because we were only looking at this d4.
D4.
Who knows?
Maybe
Maybe,
bishop
maybe
B1.
one day, maybe one day you go c4. Yeah, bishop b1, bishop a2 is something I like. Yes, this could be it. So I guess it's equal objectively, and then if you play better, you win. That's how it works.
That's why Louis Robe is quite popular in
Yeah.
grandmasters.
Bum, bum. So I've switched to the fifth board, Vladislav Artemiev with Sam Savian. Knight c6, bishop e2.
Pawn, yeah?
Yes, castles, rook c8. Not that much of an update. Rook d1, bishop e7. d1, bishop e7.
Still slightly better for white, I think.
Probably.
Because this isolated pawn.
Probably.
You know.
And then like the bishop is good on f4. I come to realize the bishop's not bad, and then he goes free.
There are only two problems for white here: the bishop on f4 without any moves. That's why maybe h3 and
be able to hide
and
it.
another problem maybe it's it's the queen on c.
Queen on c2. Yeah, but on the other hand, like all our experience tells us, white should be slightly better, but then I've seen people making a draw with black so effortlessly.
Sure.
Yeah, and by the way, like, I mean, just to mention, there's probably not a good move here, but yeah, even here. People kind of reconsidered the assessment of this type of positions, because again, all the classical books would tell you bad bishop, fantastic square, white is close to winning.
Weakness on d5.
Weakness on d5, but strangely, and especially if the queens are off the board, it's almost impossible to win. And I've seen so many times where black just, yes, you have to be patient, you are not really enjoying this game, but it's holdable, and it's holdable pretty reliable.
Once my student played such a position for white, suddenly played queen b3, and after d4
even something like that. Well, actually, here you can play queen b3, because their queen is also pinned.
It was a bit different.
Yeah. Like, for instance, I wanted to say something like, even here, it's not so obvious if white will be able to break through. It's so funny, like, this type of positions. I've been told one theory, like, why this is holdable in the endgame. I'm actually not insisting that this is holdable in the endgame. Probably rook d8 is stupid. But ultimately, black is trying to, like, keep the rooks on the c file, maybe trade a pair of rooks, and say white can attack the pawn with the knight, with the bishop. Black defends with the knight, with the bishop. And black eventually will bring the king, and if needed, he can defend with king d6. And white cannot attack the pawn with the king. It's just like stupid theory, but
for students, information for students.
Yeah, but it kind of explains that you shouldn't be too upset if this is the position you are getting. It's worse, but it's also kind of holdable against most players anyway.
And
right.
The time is 1 hour
13 for
against
Artemiev.
1 hour.
Yeah, no dramatic time difference here or there. So, and there we go. I think we've made it to the first, to the end of the first hour of play. 1 hour and 15 minutes of play, in fact. Switching back to Donchenko and Hovhannisyan. I see they seemingly went for something like g6, I wanted to say, or is it g5? Maybe it's g5, in fact. g5, king c2, king g7, I guess king g6.
Maybe it's time to tell us some story about Jermuk, about...
What do we know about Jermuk? Jermuk is a small place. It's a lovely place. It's the place where it's kind of the source of many victories of Armenian team as the team, right? Because we've been told That's starting from long time ago.
Maybe 20
Oh,
years
yeah, all the training camps of Armenian national team were held
here.
and still are held in Germany, which is
And of course, one of the famous person is Stepan Avagyan.
yeah. So Stepan Avagyan was the tournament's named after Stepan Avagyan. So he wasn't big chess player as we've been told, but he
He
was
was a doctor.
an absolute fan of anything chess in Armenia. He would be following all the games. Doesn't matter if it's a national team or some kids playing, international competitions. He was like really passionate about
All
chess.
the professional players. So
Yeah, so he knew personally, yeah, like.
from the childhood. So
And even the place we are staying at, which is Jermuk Ashkar
Ashkar.
Center, they still keep stories about Stepan knowing when the national team comes, and he would know, so this guy wants a green tea and that guy prefers, I don't know, the eggs cooked in such way for breakfast. So he was really like a great team manager, if you like,
and the
and
son
chess
of
enthusiast.
Stepan is also here now.
Yeah, he's
He's
here.
here.
He's joining. Let's say
He supports all this.
looks at the games. So he's not only, but kind of keeps the legacy of the family. Let's put it this way.
And also Battle Putan, also here.
So Smart, I told you, he's the engine behind like Armenian chess for last, I don't know how many years, 25 at the very least. Right. So what do we see Donchenko thinking? I think if you could click just to see a few more moves after 19's d5, so that I would not be speculating. So d5, g5 indeed was played. I think h3, king g7, king c2, king g6, king d3, and black
G4.
went g4. So now if you go hg, the knight d4 maybe,
So
or
we
where
have
do we go?
another
92,
file
94,
here.
yeah, 94. I guess you probably should stop this. If you wanted to, I think you can take. Here, I think you can take. There's nothing wrong. Then
And
just go f5, king
which
f6.
king is more active? It doesn't matter.
That's
Maybe
probably,
here,
yeah, probably it's all about kind of rooks being active, because, say, I could see, like I do this, I go king f6, I don't know what white does, let's say expands here a little bit. This is where I should probably be able to like take and give rook h8 and start my counterplay, and it should be fairly even, because black is also quite close, right? I mean, if you drop the f2 pawn, then black will be quite close to the promotion, and therefore. So g4, ag, and
let's go to the Ravin Robson.
so you want Arvind Robson once
Yeah,
again
because-
before we
have some break.
let's check. Let's check
check,
once again. We have like some funny development here.
Of course, yeah.
After, let me update it, by the way. So we are here now.
Now it's 15.
I have to update the board so that it's not showing me some funny positions.
After bishop e3.
Yeah, after
played
bishop e3,
knight b6.
knight b6, and
And
white took on b6, I imagine.
no. Knight c d2.
Knight c to d2, f5,
f5, and bishop takes on b6.
bishop b6.
Yeah.
What a disrespect to the pair of
All
bishops. What a disrespect to the pair of bishops. So c takes or a takes? What do you think? C takes. Okay.
And h3 was played.
Okay, it's not really a disrespect to the pair of bishops, because you will have to trade on f3.
But I think that dark square bishop is okay.
So takes, and we go f4 now. and we hide the bishop on c7 if we need it.
Of course.
And these pawns provide us a very good defense for the king.
Yeah. And g5 is also.
g5, h5, g4. You know what?
The queen on f3 maybe can't stop this pawn on g4, of course.
Yeah.
Give us a temper.
I'm actually not sure what you do, because now I've realized, let's say you go a4, g5 is not as great, I feel like. Or maybe it is great. No, I was thinking some queen h. Okay, first of all, a4 is stupid. Okay, let me go rook d1, and then okay, it may be not so stupid, but it's stupid for what I wanted to show. So now, if you start with g5, at least I can put the queen on h5. I'm not very happy with the queen on h5, stopping the pawns for now. Yeah, stopping the pawns for now. But I just realized you start with h5, next move g5, and I'm under very, very dangerous attack, I feel like. So yeah, it looks like white will not necessarily enjoy this position. So bishop f3, is bishop f3, oh no, he's still thinking after h3.
Or maybe...
I understand why, because h5 is theoretically the move, because if you ever take, this file is very dangerous. Yeah.
Let's show how to, if the knight...
no, knight h2 or knight e1, it's just queen h4, I guess. And it's a checkmate.
Should be made, yeah. G3 after f3.
Queen h1, yeah. Yeah, you mean here? Yes, g3, queen h1, checkmate, the very next move. No, it would be too naive to take on g4, of course. I know there is like such trick.
But it shows us how it could be.
Yeah, you can easily get in trouble. So rook e1, bishop c7 maybe to hunt this one. So now again, if you take this, it's a little bit trickier, because now after queen h4 there is knight f1.
Double knights.
Yeah, and these knights are protecting each other quite well. But here, wait,
because we can take the pawn on d3 maybe.
I was even thinking like take this guy, go here, but it's probably not enough.
Okay, let's continue maybe.
Take this guy, go queen h4 or rook h8 for this matter. Doesn't really matter what. No. They just go king f1, check, king g2, and I'm one tempo too slow. Like if I would have rook on h2, maybe I would believe in myself.
Or g3.
Yeah, so rook h2 is over optimistic, but you can take this guy. You're right, and then Black actually does the same thing, but eliminates this knight and goes queen h4. So two knights are defending each other too well.
Knight's not enough to
defend. So rook d3 is actually very serious, because if you go g3, then just queen g5, the pin on this knight. Rook e2, queen h5, and you don't have knight f1. That's the problem. Okay.
So it's dangerous for white?
It's dangerous for white to take, obviously, and therefore it explains why black is thinking. So bishop f3 is good, but also h5 is good, and not clear what's better.
h5 is more ambitious, maybe more attacking move.
Yeah, I feel like it's very often will be just a transposition.
And more romantic.
Yeah. But very often it will be just a transposition, but it's a little bit more annoying for white, right? Because you can't really change much. Yeah, d3 is hanging. Say queen c2. And then you can even go f4. And again, the bishop is not possible to take, because knight h2. Here, however, you can do this and
because
go here. Go
Blocking
here, if pawn takes queen h3, it's a slow but very, very standard.
All the pieces, white pieces, are in the queen side?
Yeah, that's a relatively standard way of not letting the king escape to f1, e2. Well, I've made it up, of course, because here, no, wait, not here, but after ag, white had to run immediately.
But
king f1.
he takes,
but then still again g5, g4, black's better.
Instead of h5.
So he didn't play h5.
Yeah.
He just
keep like
Yes, let's
details.
be a reasonable person. Why sacrifice something if without the sacrifice you're still having a good position? Right, this will be, I guess this will be the moment where I will ask for the first break today. And then, yeah,
Okay.
after some 10 minutes, we will return and continue with round 3. Stay tuned. Welcome back to round 3 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. We are joining you again after a quick break. The games are underway, and we are starting with the one where Aravind with white faces Ray Robson. Both players lost yesterday, and that means if somebody loses today out of these two, they will go on losing streak, which is not something not pleasant. It's never pleasant, but especially in the round robin when you don't get to play an easier opponent after a loss. In a Swiss tournament, you've lost a game, means like tomorrow you'll be paired against somebody easier. Not here. You don't have such luxury. And yeah, the position.
How we can estimate here?
The position is something that we've briefly touched upon, and I would not say we like it so much for white. Yeah, f4.
H5, G5.
Yeah, the big threat is to go h5, cover this square, then go g5, and then prepare g4 with a devastating effect.
Yes, some attack idea, and also to open H file.
Yeah,
And even without the bishop, it could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, like if we start, say, a4, h5, some a5, you can always go, I guess, b5. Or what Compi does is like takes a6 and pretty much says you cannot really break through here. And then next move, okay, I don't know. I mean, I should be making some moves for white. G5, d4, g4, hg, hg, check, king b8, next move, queen h7 or rook g8. It looks terrible. It does look terrible.
So white should do something too?
White should do something right here, right now, after f4. And this something seems to be give a check. King c7 or b8 looks more natural for now. And to go knight f3. So that if you go h5, there is queen g5.
This queen, yeah?
Yeah, queen g5. And this one's actually, white is perfectly fine. Yeah, white's perfectly fine. If you go g5, then I don't know, probably some ideas connected with g4. Yeah, queen h5 was my original kind of thought, but apparently it's not so good. Bishop c7, rook fd1, and I was thinking b5 could be an idea to put the bishop to b6, but yeah, queen e6 is another thing as well. Just you might be planning to double. Maybe you could double immediately. Like, why don't you go rook d7, right? It's the question. Like a4, rook d8. Hit the no, because I dropped the pawn. Yeah, that's why.
That's why before it's you need to protect the pawn.
Yeah, but queen e6, there's no g5. That's the
but
problem.
Maybe it's not a big blunder because.
You mean with sacrifice we go rook g7 all of a sudden? Yeah, that's also possible. Anyway, first, white needs to find queen g4, knight f3, because otherwise, at least computer tells us, otherwise black will be crashing through.
Let me check. After f4...
He did not play a check, he went rook d1.
Yes. h5.
h5,
d4,
covering this, d4.
Pretends to have some counterplay in the center.
Yeah, and what's well, I don't know if I should call it surprising, but d4, cd4 is what happened in the game. That's, I believe it's absolutely fine. But then after bishop takes, interestingly, white goes a3, takes, and white might have some compensation for the pawn. Well, not like compensation. White doesn't have that much of an activity, but the pawns are. Yeah, you go g5, rook e1. I'm just like kind of following what the engine tells me. Rook e1. Yeah, again, if not for the computer. Not for the computer, I would think we are close to winning. Yeah, so go g4 somewhere, maybe go king b8 for now. I don't know, defend this guy, go g4. Right, but there was also bishop to c7, and if you just take here, knight c4 looks nice, but there is queen e6, and then, yeah. the
attacking
knight.
the knight.
Attacking the knight, queen e2, and then you just continue. F3 wins. F3 wins. Queen is overloaded. You know, has to defend f3 and the knight. So queen e2 is not a move. You have to play some ugly move like knight b2, and then you go g5 or even rook e8 first.
If you have to play knight
Yeah,
b2,
knight b2, that means something went terribly wrong. That means something went terribly, terribly wrong. So there was an option of going bishop c7. Instead, takes. No, but takes. The pawn is also quite natural, right?
He takes on b4.
Took on b4, right?
Already, yeah.
Knight c4 was played, right? And
g5. No g5 yet, but we are waiting.
Probably gonna be g5. Yeah.
Any
Probably
other
gonna be
options,
g5
maybe?
and say a3. You go back to d6, and you just say, "I have more pawns," which is a right statement. Yeah, which is a right statement.
But white has a center.
Yeah, center for now, but like maybe I'll
But
attack
it looks
this
like
one.
hanging pawns.
Yeah, I'll attack d4, and it's not very flexible center anyway. I guess maybe what you want is like to go d5, so that if c5, yes, black has 4 versus 1, right? But the b pawns are doubled,
and d5,
and you have 2 pawns in the center, right? And if they take with no, if they take, there is a little tactic.
Don't forget about
so d5,
undefended rook.
yeah, d5 could be a move. But yeah, but we are not yet there.
And g5 was played.
Finally.
And rook c1.
A to c1.
Yeah. The idea is to
probably once again some d5 ideas.
King still in c8.
Yeah. So I feel like it's like, in all honesty, just an extra pawn for black. Maybe black is not winning immediately, but has to be much better.
The obvious move here is king b8.
Yeah, that's the first thing you consider. Okay, I have the king on the c file. Let's move away. Probably not a bad move at all.
And d5 or maybe you have a threat to play knight e5 with the idea to
knight e5 with some kind of some
beat
tactics,
on
rook c6. Yeah. But again, like if you think,
and also knight g6.
Yeah.
There are 2 threats.
I guess queen e6 is what you do, or queen. No, I'm actually not sure what is the best. Probably queen e6, because also g4 in some moment.
Yeah, but f4.
The 4 is hanging. Yeah, the 4 is hanging.
Not so fast, and also maybe I can. Well, I don't know. h4 is possible, no?
h4, yeah.
Because this is the rule not to play the pawns on the
side that you're getting attacked. Yeah, I agree, but yeah, it's more about like structure, right? So h4, if black takes, queen f4, we are kind of ruined the structure. Even though then after bishop d6, again, black is probably just winning somehow. Yeah, it's tricky. So what I didn't like about d5 is, yes, knight e5 is probably a better idea, because what I didn't like about d5 that if we still have the bishop on b4, then d5 gives this bishop a nice diagonal, so you can go bishop c5 or maybe takes and bishop c5.
And we lost our good square on e5 for our knight. That's why.
Okay, so this one more or less.
Not a3.
It's not a3. A3 was what I thought was the move. Yeah, rook c1, and he's thinking of queen b8. Now, funny enough, even this move is recommended by the machine. You can take, and you can take one pawn with a check, and you can take another pawn with a check. But when you run out of checks, it turns out the king is still in the open, and it's a very, very bad position.
No, but it's not obvious decision to
No, no, you shouldn't be.
Sacrifice to pawns
You
in the
shouldn't be.
checks.
Probably you shouldn't be doing it as long as you're not forced and King B8 gives you
Yeah.
like comfortable advantage. But I'm just saying, like even if you were to go G4 and just get rid of all the pawns, still you're better. Let's check something else. On what first board? Do we still have the game on board one? Because it's been quite some time.
Expects draw?
I thought, okay, maybe not anymore. Well, I do expect draw eventually. I think the position is equal, so I think I do expect draw eventually on this board. But like a few moves ago, remember when it was possible to trade everything on the e-file, I thought it might have been kind of a relatively quick draw. So now what happened was black went g4, seizing some spice, knight d2, and what do? We could go king f5, and it just, I'm not sure what it does, it just kind of looks cool to have a king on f5. We could do trade one rook and go to h8 to h2, but then apparently this is unpleasant. And why is it unpleasant? Because knight f1.
Check.
Knight f1 is something that I have originally blundered. Knight f1 is a cool move because
G3,
cover
E3.
this, so the rook cannot enter. And I'm threatening knight e3, take the pawn. And if you defend e3, then I go knight g3 and take the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is overly optimistic.
It looks like position is simpler, but there are also
all sorts of threats. Yeah. Well, actually, taking on e1 wasn't too bad. I just had to go bishop g5 to be ready to go f5 if rook e4 happens.
Maybe have some play in
Again?
the queen side here for white. I don't know. Maybe.
Do we keep like as white? Do we keep the knight or we just go like a4 and let black take? Because I feel if we say go a4 and black, well, actually black could go rook h8 now. But I'm just like, I'm curious if I take on d2, what kind of position is that? I'm actually worse. Yeah, I'm actually worse because of rook e7 threat. So I have to go here. After rook e4, I have to go here. After rook c4.
A bit passive.
Yeah.
You should.
Like,
But
I guess this is a draw, but again, it's like from the position that was completely equal, I'm now making a draw, kind of fighting for the draw, and that is definitely not something that I'd like. So after a4, no, but it has to be said, rook h8, black is quite active.
Black played b5.
Black played
instead
of capturing on e1, b5. Makes sense.
Maybe
Makes sense.
He doesn't like a4 idea.
Or take some, I mean, just like, you know, to take some space on the queen side. Yeah, I'd say generally makes sense. Something that I'm a bit concerned is the c6 square, like, say,
b3,
knight
a5?
b3. But, yeah, probably nothing. Probably not. Yeah, like knight a5, knight c6, too slow. Knight d4 you can take and go here, or f5 maybe, or just here. Yeah, now it's black's battle all of a sudden. Now it's black who's battle all of a sudden. So both sides have to watch out. In fact, now that you said, a4 is not really stopped, right? Because a4, ba4, I can take this guy first and then go rook a1. And if rook e5, I thought I can go c4, then b2 will be hanging. So I guess I just take check and king e2 and then g4 hanging, a7 hanging.
And my bishop is a little bit.
No, bishop's fine. I guess it's just like an equal position. Yeah, like you could defend this. You can probably defend that as well.
Okay, but maybe it's.
Not sure. Which one do we
one
keep?
is...
Which one do we keep? Or we just go rook b5.
Oh, yeah, like...
Attack this guy, and then after check we go king f5 here, here, here. Draw.
Yeah.
Drove. Oh, yeah. So that's still the game that excites me the least, at least for now.
So
At least for now.
let's
It
go to another.
can be quite a long one, but yeah, don't see it being anything but a draw. On board 3, and I'm switching to board 3, Michal Sarin with Shimon Gumulaj. There's somewhat of a, which looked like a risky experiment in the opening, like postponing the castle for so long. Bishop e7, king b1,
But maybe he prepared well,
c4.
because we don't know
How much time
how
he
much
has,
speed
yeah.
he has.
Do we? We don't
We
know.
only
Yeah.
can guess.
We only can guess. We have 49 minutes for Michal Sarin and 0 for Simon Gumulaj.
And
It
enough.
should be roughly similar. Let's say 40 minutes, 50 minutes, so it's not really a time trouble of sorts. So c4, bishop to c3, knight f6.
You know, now
What happened?
the current position is totally
Winning?
different. No, it's not winning, but it's an end game with
Yeah,
a
no,
pair
but
of bishop against.
we are getting there. Yeah, we are getting there. So castle h4. Remember how we talked about, like, okay, white's gonna break through and so on. So black trades on d1, goes rook d8, and that's kind of a good recipe. Try to eliminate as many pieces as possible if your opponent is attacking, right? Rook d8, and that's all I have.
After they exchange on d8.
So
Yeah.
white took on d8, queen takes.
And we continue to eliminate the piece after queen d2.
Queen d2, we took on d2.
Yeah, bishop.
Bishop takes, and well,
and knight d7 and
knight d7, and I gotta say, Compi doesn't approve on this.
he likes this pair of bishop.
For the reason that is non-obvious.
A6 maybe.
Non-obvious.
A6 maybe.
Yeah, a6 is the target, but if you say first take care of your own pawn, then somehow either knight c5 or even b4, black is okay. At least I believe the computer in this one. So apparently after king knight d7, you go here, bishop knight c5, bishop c8, and if they take, you go here, which is not easy. Not easy. Now
complicates so much.
Wait a second. Here. I've realized something. It's computer fooling with me, because bishop e7, and then it wants this and says I'm a pawn up, and it's correct. Compi is a pawn up, but I don't think it's winning.
Of course,
Don't think it's winning. I mean, there is like some slight imperfection. Let's say my pawn's being doubled.
But
if it's like simple 3v3, if it's simple 3v3, I think it's like nothing to discuss. Here it could have been, it could have been a bit of a race if I start like moving the a pawn. But black has so much time to go f6, g5, and
yeah, but
king
if you can
a4,
add
g5 here, bishop d. Yeah. By the way, like you go king d6, relaxed, and then you lose, because you eventually get into Zugzwang, and king d5. There's bishop e4. You have to go back, and white even goes like b3 or g4. Just wait for you to run out of moves, and white's winning. Yeah. But you just don't go king d6. You go bishop d6. There is 0 ideas. Okay, so that is like somewhat of a long line, but it's probably important for the assessment of the whole thing. So that black can take bishop b4.
Yeah,
I was surprised with, let's say, this one, knight d3, and then you go like to a5. And if black takes, white is much faster, of course. Bishop b5. That's where a pair of bishops kind of shines. Even here, right? Even here, it's like somewhat funny. Maybe black somehow will survive even here. I don't know.
And if we maybe I don't know actually how, but if we somehow sacrificed the knight.
The knight for the
against
8 pawn.
8 pawn. Yeah. What it will be?
That's that's hard to. I mean,
For
intuitively,
example,
I want to say
G5,
yeah,
A4.
G5, A4, and you
and
just took on A4, for
yeah,
instance. Bishop A4.
maybe it's a draw. No?
Hard to tell.
Because
I mean,
one bishop against a pair of bishop should be draw.
You mean if we exchange all the pawns? Yeah, no, of course it's a draw. I'm thinking, can black really force like go here, here, f3? Is he in time? Because I'm still not convinced. I'm somehow subconsciously I'm scared when it comes to exactly the pair of bishops, like because these things can do tricks.
He played G3. Of course.
Yeah, so white played normally G3 and then B4 forward.
Yeah.
And now if I go here, I guess knight B6. So B4, the point of B4 is it restricts the dark square bishop. It cannot go to like A5 and such.
And also A6.
Yeah, now A6 will move to A5, and this pawn, if you attack this one, they can move to A5. If bishop A6, they can go knight B6. And
all
at least for now, everything's protected. Right. I guess bishop E2, knight B6. That's funny. Wait, B3, really?
Yeah.
Really?
You are ready to
I mean,
play
I'm very
against
scared. I'm very scared about it, but
of course it blocks this pawn.
no, probably it's too much. Yeah, having the bishop on C1 is definitely too much. But I just, yeah, maybe I should actually go for B3, but somehow prepare it first with moving the king, moving the bishop. Anyway, so this one looks like still it's white who's pushing, but
a little bit.
Yeah, it could be just not enough. Could be just not enough. Well, friends who are playing the Rui Lopez, Jacobian and Sargisyan. Yeah, let me see. Did they? No.
Another look of
I wanted to check. I wanted to ask if they've exchanged at least one pawn. No. The answer is no. Move 21. All the pieces on the board. This is how the game of chess has to be played. Bishop E3 is something we've seen. No. Hang on a second.
No.
Rook E7 is what we've seen. Yeah. Rook C1, Queen E8, Bishop E3 here. Then I've seen like a bit of a funny sequence. Knight F D2, and then he changes his mind, goes back to F3, Rook B8, Knight D2, Bishop A6, Bishop B1. I'm still kind of not sure what they're trying to achieve, and
the first
capture just happened. BC3, I guess I take BC3.
And Rook B2.
Rook B2. A bit annoying.
It's always a goal for Rook
to be on a second rank. Yeah, that is of course a nice position, but it's a bit surprising in a way that with so many pieces on the board, usually it should be like very easy to chase this rook away. Right.
Try to trap it.
Knight B3.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of trap it in a sense that it cannot move, but how do you attack it, right? That's the question. I'm not sure what black does either. Say knight H5 to F4. By the way, I'm not sure if knight F4 is any good. The idea
is to play D4 and to exchange on E5 and then to play bishop C5 and bishop A3. Okay,
that's
it's fantastic relation, but
very long plan.
In my dreams.
D4. Did I have a plan for this? No. Well, actually, a bit surprised, but it looks like it might work, knight B3, and I should probably pay more attention to what white is doing. And if I go queen B8, you have one more. You once again return to this, or you go bishop C2.
Bishop C2, but he played bishop C2
outright. Yeah. After rook B2, he played bishop C2
and
outright.
Now, and after queen B8, maybe the position. Our position.
We can still transpose. Did he play queen B8? Yes.
Yet.
Yes, queen B8 is on the
queen
board.
B8, yes, I mean knight B3.
Okay,
But
so now
it's logical, I think.
knight b3 is
cut the rook.
strong.
And also a5 pawn.
So we go here and we go here. We prepare for the next game. As we used to joke, like rook goes back to a1, bishop goes back to c1.
Yeah, but we have a target
we
on
will
b2.
win the exchange this way. Yeah, actually, he's in trouble. Yeah, so queen d8, rook a1, d5. And bishop c1 does win material. It's not that much because black starts getting some nasty counterplay. But bishop c1 wins material after d5. In reality, you shouldn't go bishop c1. You should just go. Remember the original idea of going knight b3. Yeah, to put the knight on c5. And the knight is still very good on c5.
Nice square on c5, of course.
Bishop b3, and black is still in trouble because this guy might get trapped eventually. And white has this funny tactic that after knight e4, does it work? Yeah, it does work. Yeah, knight c5, bishop c5, white wins in exchange.
Is Shan the youngest player here or no?
I'm confused. No, he shouldn't be. Actually, do we have? I mean, we have players roster, so we probably should mention the names. That something. It's weird because I know all of them are young, but then you don't have somebody like Faustino or you know or Erdomush that you would immediately say, okay, this guy is clearly the youngest. So I didn't bother to check. So my bad, really. Again, bishop to b1 takes. Rook went to b2, bishop c2, queen b8, and now apparently knight b3 is quite a strong move. Like coming back, I'm not sure I like this rook e7, queen e8 business. But again, I do not understand much in this Rui Lopez. Like I need at least one open file to, you know, to understand what's going on. No, with all seriousness, these are the hardest positions. If you look, remember I made relatively same joke about the Gioco Piano Italian, that you look and you get 5 moves on every move for white and then for black. Because yeah, you do not know how the structure is going to look 5 moves from now. It's yeah, so the more experience you get, the more kind of finite structures you know. So this is your isolated pawn, you know what to do. This is your, I don't know, minority attack, you know what to do. Opposite castles, you know what to do. Sicilian this, Sicilian that, you know what to do. If you have all 8 pawns on the board and you don't know how center is going to look, and you cannot break in the center yourself, that means you're maneuvering. And you have to keep in mind, so it can look like this and can look like that. So maybe 2, 3 different possible structures. And your pieces have to be good for all of them. And that is very often hard to achieve, hard to navigate.
It looks like black here controls the b file,
the B file?
but after
Yeah,
knight b3.
after knight b3.
Maybe you can take on b3 or not?
Yeah, thinking like in some way, let's say bishop d3, queen
here.
d3, rook b3. Ah, you know what the problem is? I mean, the problem is the position is lost. Because this one's also quite bad, but even worse is the fact that queen c4 wins the whole horsey. Yeah. In some case, no, I mean we don't have to. We can wait for them to go rook a1. Yeah. So
and yeah, knight b3 played actually.
Knight knight d7 is not, knight h5 maybe. Rook a1, and then let's say I wait.
But the
You
pawn
take
on
this
e5.
guy, yeah. I want to wait for this, and then somehow maybe take on c2, take on d3, and
d3,
pretend that I have compensation. But I don't know. Feels like I don't have like a very useful move. Let's say rook e8, here,
takes.
here. And bishop d3 still doesn't work because over here there is queen b5. Yeah.
Very unpleasant move, queen b5.
But that kind of leads me to the question: if this doesn't work, that doesn't work, what does work for black? It's not clear at all. Oh wait, if I go rook a2, so that you cannot go rook a1, so then
I will cut you after rook b1.
it probably means that white is not winning in exchange, but still white is much better because now this rook is like,
And also knight
we do win in
c1
exchange.
and one
Knight
c5,
c1. Wow.
knight e5 also.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, they move the queen, knight c1, rook a3, and then the rook is getting stuck on a3. Knight e2, and we are back to back to normal plan. Okay. No, seriously, I think the position after knight b3 is very problematic. And the more I look at it, the more I look at it, like if there is no obvious solution, that I don't even know what to do. Knight h5, rook a1. You know what? Maybe is f5 ever a move? Say f5, and if you go here, at least I like.
Of course, we can just play without the rook.
Yeah, so sacrifice. No, I mean it's not the rook; it's an exchange, right? Rook for the bishop. So maybe
it's better.
Maybe we pretend that something like this gonna work, but it's somehow way too slow. If now you can tell that
bishop on a6, knight on c6.
Yeah. Now you can tell that I'm a big fan of King's Indian. I always want to go, f4 and say that this is a checkmate. And I mean, you might get some chances, but if white's kind of precise and immediately goes for like d4, opens the position up, I think white is just winning.
2 rooks here is better than 1.
Yeah, 2 rooks better than 1. That's... What was... there was like some funny comment. I don't remember who was my co-host. Yeah, co-host for something. And then they show like some sharp line and they say, and white is getting a winning rook endgame because he's the only one who has the rook. So there was some long variation of why white is rook up at the end. And it has the winning rook endgame because he's the only one who has the rook.
Are you counting how many
co-hosts I work with? No, this is something I do not keep track of, strangely. But if you think like a pool of commentators is strangely quite limited. So up to 10, I would say. 10, maybe a bit more than 10, but it's not... Yeah, I've played more people that I've commentated with, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, so we still couldn't find even look at the position to accept that you've done some fancy stuff. You've lifted the rook, like went queen e8, queen b8, and then you have to accept and say, no, I actually have to return. If nothing works, I have to go queen d8 back and return with the pieces. It's very hard, even like for the good players, it's very hard to admit that my previous moves were not right. So we'll see, but for now looks very promising for Avagyan. d5 immediately, which is a good move as well, good from the options that he had. Knight c5.
It's not move back, it's move
bishop
forward.
c8. Yeah, knight c5, bishop c8. And here it seems white's not winning. White's not winning the exchange, but just goes rook b1.
And if takes.
Takes, we take with the queen. Black, let's pretend black takes, like some knight d2, knight c4, bishop can go to b5, bishop can go to b3, d5 maybe. So it's like, this is misplaced, Bishop on g7, not great. Yeah, overall, it's just a very, very problematic position. Knight d7, we can go rook b5, if black was to take, is, again, looks absolutely terrible. Bishop d7 and
the rook is more active.
Yeah, the rook on c5 is once again, the rook on c5 is beautiful. Bishop d3, bishop b5, or bishop b3, bishop d5. Both seem to be like, very
also in
promising.
Such a pawn structure, I remember that the b file is more useful than d file.
Yeah, that's true. Like let's say, if we return, say here, somehow, like probably the easiest explanation why is that when, like, eventually we run
can
with the
cover
kings
the
to the
king,
center, and the king from the e file, yeah, so it covers these squares, and therefore you have the rook on the d file, but it's not doing much. And the b file is much harder to cover, so you have to dedicate a piece or maybe two pieces to cover the squares on the b
kind
file.
of life hack for players.
Yeah. I think in the Catalan, in the old-fashioned Catalan lines, when you have the C and D files that are open, and sometimes it's actually crucial that if you control the C file with white, then you have a bit of an advantage. If black has the C file, then you have absolutely nothing. Yeah, so the current position is black has played D5, and Aram Hakobian is thinking on move 24.
And he has only 28 minutes left.
Yeah, but it's always
Not
like that.
Yeah, but
It's always like that in the Spanish, right? Too many pieces on the board, as we discussed, you don't know how the structure is going to look. But the moment something clarifies in the center, like let's say we get this position that we would have, you can speed up dramatically here. You can make 10 moves in a minute and without blundering much, right? Because like everything is so perfect.
your hand always know how to.
Yeah, here you indeed you can use your, like say, all your experience, your intuition, and so on. Okie dokie. Let's check Artemiy Sevian, something that we didn't do for quite a while. And the reason for that is we've lost this camera. There's always, each round, there is one camera that we are losing mid-stream, kind of. Okay. That's, I think, last time we've seen. Not that they've played a lot. Because we have Artemiev, and Artemiev likes to spend time, right? 17 minutes.
He like to spend time
On
in the
move,
middle of the game.
yeah, on moves like h3, a3, bishop d3, queen e2. So not say, I'm not saying these are like bad moves
draw,
or something.
Draw.
Is it?
Is it a draw?
Okay. What happened?
They agreed.
What
After
happened?
rook.
So we were behind here.
Yeah.
For
rook d8.
only one move, because Sam Savian offered a draw and it was accepted.
Yeah.
At least that's our
But
theory,
why
right?
he accepted?
At least that's our theory, because probably they thought
d4.
like d4 is happening, or maybe they just know that nothing can be done. Nothing can be done because
I remember then Fischer said for arbiters that grandmasters are
grandmasters know when to agree a draw,
agree
right?
a draw, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That was, I think, one of the earliest experiments to implement this, what we know as Sophia rules or whatever. Like, you are not allowed to say agree a draw before move 30 or whatever. And I don't know. I do not know where I'm standing on this, say, on this position, because if, let's say, two people want to make a draw, so it doesn't matter what restriction is, right? So you are kind of inducing draws like the Berlin draw, queen d4, queen e4, like, some silly repetitions, which do not, okay, but Berlin's maybe not the silliest repetition, but basically we can play knight f3, knight f6, knight g1, knight g8, and say, okay, yeah, sort of, right. But on the other hand, grandmasters could think about their audience a bit more. I'm not talking about this position, but sometimes, like when a draw agreed on move 4, move 5, this is also, I understand why people dislike it. Okay, anyway.
Maybe a bit time trouble. So
Rook d8.
17
yeah,
minutes.
I feel like, first of all, he didn't believe that he has much, and probably he was right.
Advantage, yeah.
So, okay, if I was to go rook c1, is d4 a move? No, apparently d4, it's very easy to understand, Miro. If you ever heard of such thing called a pin, right? And yeah, it looks like black loses everything. No, I should probably just forget about this d4 thing.
Maybe you should move into a5. But
again, it doesn't like solve all the problems, right? I mean, I understand black is not.
But if we just I don't know.
Doing nothing.
Nothing, yeah. Knight h5 and then back to f6.
Knight
F7.
h5, I go back
And
probably.
I'll go
Just
back
back.
also.
There is. Wait. For this I
What is
don't.
your next move?
For this I don't need rook on c1. Strange. There is this plan. So when I go b4,
But maybe here is something.
I go b4 and
You
let's
have
say
you have not your
I want to
bishop
go
on
b5.
f4.
I want to
right
go.
now.
You mean now you
Yeah.
can try this?
Yeah.
E takes, rook takes. I still don't believe it, but maybe I should. Still looks very dangerous, like bishop e5, rook d8, and something. d4, a4. Not sure. Huh. Maybe it holds somehow. I don't know. Anyway.
What's the first
That's
result?
all she wrote. That's yeah, that's a first result. This is officially a draw, which makes it 3 draws each for both Vladislav Artemiev and Sam Sevian.
Okay. So we have only 4 boards left?
Yeah, we have 4 games in play. Again, revisiting Donchenko and Hovhannisyan.
Maybe Aravint it was.
Yeah, I thought this is our next candidate to finish because yeah, like it's relatively simplified game. Aravint is
I
the
got
sharpest
the
one.
idea.
Yeah, Aravint is the sharpest one. But if you could update me, what happens?
It is also draw. Agreed.
Draw agreed.
Yeah.
So after b5, what happened?
It was a draw
Rook
because the
d1 to a1.
No, it's not a move.
I mean, it could be a move because you're preparing a4.
Yeah,
It could be a move,
sure.
or yeah, b5
just
came with a
started.
draw offer. Draw was accepted, and therefore the rook was put on a1, kind of fixing, you know, the pieces on the initial squares. So 2 down, 3 to go. Donchenko and Hovhannisyan. What's the situation? Robert Hovhannisyan has 3 draws. Donchenko in the lead for now with +1. He won yesterday this very long game. And the only person who could jump in front of Alexander Donchenko would be Shimon Gumulaj, but he's unlikely to win that endgame, right? He's unlikely to win this endgame. That's board 3 I'm talking about.
Let's check that. It's the pair of bishops.
The pair of bishops thing, let me see. We are still behind. Yeah, g3, b4.
Let me update it. It's board number 3, yeah?
Not much has happened. So he went bishop e2 and knight b6. And he went e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c5 and somewhat surprisingly g4. But I guess you don't want to engage into any of that things because bishop a5 or...
Yeah, because your pawn structure
Yeah, the pawns are so weak. Yeah, the pawns are so weak. Maybe you still kind of hold it. Do you hold it like that? Not necessarily, right? Because maybe the king is going to... I mean, why I'm looking at this line at all, because, of course, bishop b6, bishop b6...
Yeah, but your problem that
takes on c4, there is nothing.
You played out a king here, so I can just play...
Fair point, yeah. King c2. If I go f6, then I would be scared of that. Check.
Because another pawn.
And bishop a6, and this should be a win. Right, so bishop f2 should not be played. And instead should probably crawl with the king or start with a5 to be, to make sure that everything's protected. f4 and some, I don't know, king f8 maybe. And then the thing that he said, there was black playing without the king, but now white also kind of plays without the king. So let's say...
how to make the white king is more active?
I don't know, all the way around, which I don't believe is a realistic plan, but that's the only plan I can see. So it could be that white is... No, so basically what I'm saying, that if I was able to go e4, king e7, and then once in a game teleport to e4, I would believe, or then be like very, very optimistic.
Elevator.
Yeah,
at least.
very you know, very optimistic about white's position, but with the king on b1, it's very, very hard to get there. Still, white is
B4,
somewhat more
C4
pleasant.
pawns.
But that, yeah, that is a nice setup, restricting white's queenside ability. And also, like, if I went all the way, let's say went all the way, somewhere with my king on f1, you could have a move like b3 or a4, b3. You know, I shouldn't be totally relaxed. I mean, if I do all that, it's just like, never mind, it's just like some stupid moves. I do all that and I say get the king to f1, and then all of a sudden you play bishop d4, or you go a4, you go b3. Yeah, might be scared. So, but no result here just yet. No result here just yet. G4 being the last move we see. This is it. Now, where do we go? Shall we check Aravind?
Aravind.
Yeah, I think that is our most likely game where we will have a result. Please update me what happened after rook a to c1 on move 22.
No.
I guess king b8, right?
Moves here.
A lot of moves. King b8, hang on a second. King b8, h4, which was apparently a bad move.
H4?
Yeah.
But it was my
in a different, yeah, you were looking at a
different
situation. So here apparently black had, also white had to take, white instead went d5, and now
d5.
g4.
G4.
Oof.
Yeah, because
did he just miss g4 altogether?
Now all pawns is hanging, maybe h4, and also f4
No,
is protected.
After g4, it's like game over.
Yeah, sure.
This hanging. Where did he make a move? No.
Yeah.
Queen c3.
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
Logical, not
Queen e5 or something?
No, queen b2.
So he didn't go queen e5.
To exchange the queens and not.
Yeah, like it's a pleasant choice, right? I can get checkmated or exchange the queens and be in absolutely lost endgame. Yeah, so he went queen b2. C takes, right?
C takes, e takes, and knight and bishop c5, and after it,
knight to e5. Yeah.
Not
knight to e5 is a trick.
But what is f2 pawn? Maybe g3.
I think this is the trick. It's a funny trick. So if you take like that, it's obviously knight c6. But if you take with the queen, then it's knight to d7, and then the rook is hanging. So you take, and it's a check, and you'll have to go king c7. Or, I mean, you could go queen c8, but then
so it's beautiful safe for white.
Yeah. So knight e5, but I feel like it's somewhat of too obvious threat that this rook c5, knight c6, that white is definitely like leaving the king absolutely undefended. It's very hard to believe that that you'll blunder it. Yeah. And okay, let's find a move. I mean, I'm tempted to say this should be the move, and it's actually good enough. Rook e8 with the tempo.
And if I just follow my king to a?
King a8? Knight g6. Knight g6. Yeah, okay, knight g6 a bit. I mean, that's what I thought.
Stress, but
I thought like this is,
it's enough.
How to say, like attacking the knight with a tempo, a pleasant move. After rook e1, this is where we probably have a choice. Like we shouldn't blunder knight c6.
Knight c6,
That's it.
But maybe.
What if we blunder? I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe I can just win the exchange after bishop a3. No.
I don't know. Looks like, to be honest, bishop a3. Yeah, there is like knight c6 where you take. No, knight c6 is utterly stupid. Sorry. If I wanted something, I should have gone knight d7, so at least I'm not losing. Not losing everything. You have to take with the queen. I take on a3, but that is like completely lost. Takes, and just take d5, 2 extra pawns. the king is still bad.
And you have a knight, a knight, so
Yeah, no knight, no
no,
tricks.
no
Yeah,
trick.
we know that. No knight, no tricks.
Ah, he played bishop a3 immediately without
Bishop
rook.
a3 immediately is good enough, apparently. But after d6, you have the only winning move, which is queen takes d6. It's a lovely trick.
No, it's.
There may be something that white would rely on. Maybe Aravind had it in mind, that I have this d6 thingy. If you take, there's knight g6 and white is even better. d6, yeah, hang on. Rook d6, there's knight d7 and queen takes h8 and white's winning. But there is queen d6. And now if rook takes, we take b2 and we just win.
Yeah.
So this game, d6 is not yet played, but if you don't play d6, what do you do? I'm not even sure. Move the queen, bishop c1.
d6, at least a chance.
Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, d6 is a chance, but then if black
Desperado
captures...
idea is, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. But if black captures on d6, then...
Queen d6, it's desperado, no? Desperado, it's tactical.
You mean like how do we classify this, categorize this one? Yeah, how do we categorize this one? What is this? Why queen d6? In a sense, you can look at it. Yeah, so Desperado, for those of you guys, it's a famous movie, of course, yeah. But apart from that, it's the theme in chess tactics, where the piece that would have been taken anyway, let's say I took on b2 and then white would take my queen. So before taking their queen, I'm trying to sell this guy for as much as possible. And in this case, for one pawn, queen d6, and if they take rook d6, then I'm taking b2. Yeah, so that's in essence a desperado. And the most, of course, the most obvious is desperado rook, when your king is stalemated, and then the rook or the queen, yeah, you're trying to get rid of your last moving piece, so the result will be a draw. I think this one is beyond. Yeah, d6 on the board. I guess maybe let's wait for the next move, because that's the one. That's the one I'm curious to see. Interestingly, if you were to go queen e6, queen a3, queen e5, then apparently it's not so clear, right?
Yeah,
apparently
it's not so alive.
clear. The pawn's still alive, and it's not that easy to...
but he played immediately. He played
queen takes?
Queen takes, of course.
So d6, queen d6.
Our players are...
Very good. Yeah, we know that.
Strong enough
Hang on a second. Queen e7? Is there like any problem of the queen sorry, not queen e7, but queen e2? Where do we go? So the queen's hanging. If I go... I might have mentioned the answer. Queen
yeah,
e7.
because e6 is not covered after that.
e6, there's knight d7. Rook d7, yeah, that is bad. So
the queen is hanging.
I'm always tempted to do this, but this is stupid. Knight f7 attacking
Why you
both
should
guys.
sacrifice the queen here?
Well, technically it wasn't the sacrifice, because I thought I'm taking two rooks, but then there is this knight f7. F8.
Maybe b4 is also an option.
b4. No, if queen e7 works, it should be queen e4, because it also pins
e7, yeah.
Pins e7. Rook d7, rook d7. There's still a tactical mess here. Knight d7, and you have to go to a8, because if you take queen e5 and the rook, yeah. So still a tactical mess, so you have to go here, but then this is probably where it ends, because the rook's hanging, the queen's hanging. You'll have to trade, and then this is it.
Ray has a winning position, but he should be accurate.
Still has to be careful, yeah. Still has to be a little bit careful.
He played queen a1.
White played queen a1, and over here you have
I know why he played it, because he wants to attack in some moment this rook on h8.
So let's say queen e7, there will be, I mean, first of all, there's knight g6, yeah. There's
Yeah.
knight g6. I thought that
And
there'd be some knight d7 checks. But you can play queen e6 now. I
and
can play
now
queen e6.
maybe knight
Same
d7 is an
thing,
option.
and you
Yeah.
go back, and
Okay.
rook, not even sure where the rook's going. Play c7. Ah, you have bishop d6.
Mm.
Like queen on a1 is cool for kind of x-raying the rook on h8 through the knight, yeah, but also it's not doing anything else. And in this line where, let's say, seemingly white gotten a lot of pieces next to the king, but you could might as well just play, you know, g3, and there's a
Yes.
lot of pieces, but no
The rook
threats.
is the only target here.
Yeah,
But
the
it's
only
not enough to. He played queen e6. Yeah.
queen e6, the best move. Yep. It's harder and harder to come up with any sorts of tricks for Aravind.
Should be winning, yeah.
So he started with a win, and then he lost yesterday, and it looks like he might go down again today. What a,
Also with the white pieces.
yeah, that is particularly kind of, so yesterday you could say, okay, he was over aggressive at some point, or like was not sure, maybe pushed too much, trying to develop his kind of extend his lead, develop sort of success and so on. But after yesterday's loss and now losing with white again, that would be like
No.
ruining his own tournament.
You know, it reminds me Carlson play in the Norway chess these days.
What happens to Magnus, by the way? Why
he,
is he
he,
lost?
he lost 3 classical games in one tournament, and I don't remember
This happening ever?
ever.
I could only think of one tournament, and that would be Norway chess. Some years back, when he, once again, he had one really bad one. Before Dave came up with this Armageddon and everything, that would be just a round robin, and I remember him having a horrendous result in one of the, but that was years and years back indeed. Okay, Arvind will only lose a second game, even if, let's say, okay, he probably will lose.
Because
So-
he is also playing here very active.
No, of course, he's one of the top seeds, and he wants. I mean, everybody wants to win, but there's like an extra pressure on you when you are one of the top rated players. There's an extra pressure.
And
That
he checked on d7, and after king a8, he played rook c2.
rook c2. So how do we win now? Bishop d6. Does
To
bishop
cut the
d6?
knight?
Or I'm blundering something again. Bishop d6, rook c to d2. That's the whole
The-
point.
yeah, this is
That's
the
the whole
idea.
point. I once again cannot take it, right?
Rook
Can
on
I
h7.
take with the queen, rook d6? Strangely, I can do this. And
Has two
And that
extra pawns.
there are like some really,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about queen c7. Even queen c7 I can play. It's probably better to go to c8, because queen c7, I'm annoyed with this move. I'm annoyed with this move.
The idea
And
is
then
to
I have
checkmate on
yeah, if I
the
take, it's
back rank.
back rank checkmate. And very often that would be lethal for black. But here, even though I'm kind of overloaded, I still have this.
But
That's not a pretty move.
How it will be? How you will use your pawn, b pawns, extra b pawns?
Trade something, and eventually I will, because now my h8 rook is protected. I'm actually able to take this guy, but it's not the most technical. No. Don't play like
I think
me.
that in the queen's endgame, everything could be because.
You mean it's still hard to win in the queen's
yeah.
endgame? I'm not sure, because white king is very bad for the
After
queen's endgame.
G3, especially after
Yeah.
if you will play
So,
G3.
like if we get to, let's say, what was the line? Like here, no. After here, let's say white would take everything.
Take and
Take.
here's maybe some.
There's like queen g5. Actually, not
Yeah,
a
it
bad
could be.
chance, right? Not a bad chance. Okay, I go
Just
here, some a5. And then you win one of the pawns. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this one, it's probably
Could
winning
be.
still, but
Yeah, but
much better chance.
Some chances. Yeah.
Much better chance. So you just move the rook, which was always hanging over there. You just move it away. if they double, they still have no threat because after knight b6 you'll take with the queen and defend the rook. So you can finally go with your g3 plan.
G3 looks...
Or as some pensioners like myself would do, protect this rook one more time just in case. Now, this should be a winning position. So for now, Arkham is a draw, and so is Donchenko with Hovhannisyan. This looks like a win for Ray Robson. We move to Nihal Sarin with Gumulaj to find that not a lot of development, right? You can tell me what the moves were. King f8, I can see.
King f8, h5.
G takes, G takes,
f6.
And the pawn is somehow... Oh, wait, but I've probably...
Yeah,
I've forgotten f4, a5. Yeah, a4, a5 were included a bit earlier. So that's the position. And apparently it's holdable for black, even though white is still the one who is trying.
Yeah, the problem with the white king here.
Yeah, the white king. Again, teleport to f5. And I
start
to believe, start to believe white is much better.
He played king c2, but what?
King e7, for instance.
What to do? Maybe.
No, seriously, I'm so surprised, but Compi, like this way or another, it actually goes b3, which I don't think any human will consider.
Not human decision.
Yeah, any human will consider going b3, because before you go b3, you can hardly imagine how white loses this, right? Over there, I mean, you probably still don't lose because it's so firmly blocked. If you want it, like you'll block it with the bishop. You're gonna go to d3,
and also you have no sacrifices for black. How to develop
to get more pawns.
Get more pawns. Yeah.
Right, but still, it doesn't look like better chance for a win. All right, so there is that, and let's check one more time. Hakobian with Sargsyan. D5, and what happened?
Interesting, really, because
what happened after d5?
d5. Let me check. Rook b1 played.
I see what happened after d5. I'm not that far behind. Rook b1, queen b1, and that gives black a bit of a breathing room because white is still better, but kind of white is just better, right? Not winning material immediately. Knight to d7, knight f to d2.
To stop the knight on b3.
Knight f to d2, and that's all we have, or
no?
Do we have more moves?
e8.
Finally.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3. Did he take?
No. Take queen b7.
Queen to b7. I imagine queen a8 with the idea to go rook b8 would be kind of desirable, but then bishop b5 is quite annoying because you never want to take it.
c5, b5, and d5. D5.
Yeah, like too many good
squares.
Yeah, too many good squares for white. So he went queen b7.
Queen c2, rook b8.
And rook b1 again?
Rook b1, yeah. And here, queen a8.
Queen a8.
Yeah. And also the idea to play bishop b5, maybe.
Yeah, there is bishop b5. That's why I'm kind of stopping to try to calculate. Yeah.
Takes.
So this one, you just go queen d3 and win material. It seems. I don't see, but then here there is like some a4, knight c1, knight a4, knight c5, maybe. I mean, it's a better structure, and maybe we win this a pawn, right? Like c4. Wait, c4 would be very stupid. That is exactly. C4 is the reason why King's Indian exists. Knight d4 is gonna, and then all of a sudden, like black starts having
exchange variation of
starts having ideas. And again, like picking at computer, I understand there is like this. Oops, sorry, not rook b3, but rook b4 move, but it's not
To
so
provoke you
natural.
to e3?
Yeah, you go here, and after this, you
C4 maybe
actually
now? But
C4
also
still knight e6. It's like strangely, even with a temp, with a sorry, with the pawn
the
up,
pawn up.
like the knight appears on d4, some c6. Black, at least like in a moral sense, black knows what to do. The knight's active, and then you start trying to open the position. Bishop
it also
b5.
reminds me some variation in King's Indian with g3. There, black sacrificed the pawn.
And gets the knight on d4,
Yeah.
right? So again, bishop b5 takes, and a4.
But he played
He didn't do it.
Yeah, he played more peacefully. Bishop c4.
Ah, over here, bishop c4.
Ah, f7 is hanging.
Nice positional move again. You almost forced
to take.
to take, and then it's yet another better piece. So knight on d7, knight on c6 versus knight on c4, right?
Yeah. This bishop c4.
No, bishop c4 is a beautiful positional move. Yeah. You're like f7. There is like not much to defend d7, f7 with. And if he takes, knight takes, very unpleasant. I'm not even sure. Queen a6, what do we do? Do we just go knight d2 or?
But maybe.
I mean, many options. Like queen d3, I'm a bit scared. Like I even see computer says queen d3, but
you
it's
also
like
seen that
pin here,
pin
here, knight a3 could be something clever to put the knight on b5.
Knight a3, yeah.
Because knight is good on c4, but it might be even better on b5. Or you can, again, go with something very, like, straightforward, and then maybe you eventually play queen b5. But with every exchange, you have to bear in mind that, yeah, your advantage might be going down, right?
Yeah, you need to be careful to maintain the advantage here with white. Maybe.
So did he play? Yeah, he did play bishop c4. All right. Anyway, so we have two draws as of now. Donchenko Hovhannisyan, Artemiev Sevian. We have Aravind on the verge of losing. It did finish. The game finished.
Let's show how
I'll just quickly mention that this one looks pleasant for white, but nowhere near. Like white is not winning next 10-15 minutes for sure. Nihal Sarin Gumulaj longer game, and Aravind just lost. Let me update. We've seen Rook c2.
Yeah. No.
And the move was Rook h2 e8, and after Rook d2,
g3.
Black just played g3,
and
he resigned. So crushing victory for Ray Robson, bouncing right back after a loss, but that means Aravind has his second consecutive loss in the tournament. Will be quite hard for him to come back from that.
Him to come.
Ray, you mean? Ray Robson.
Ray
I don't think it's polite to ask Aravind to join after.
I mean Ray Robson, of course.
After two losses in a row. Yeah, let's find out. Let's take our second break of today. So we only have today's much faster round. We only have two games going. We will be
compensation for yesterday.
Yeah, perhaps the Donchenko. You see how nice of a gentleman Donchenko is, that he made a relatively quick draw to compensate for his yesterday's. Okay, I rest my case. I won't be commentating on this one. Anyway, we'll be back shortly with or without guests. We cannot really promise, but at least we have two games running, and we will be back for you guys. Stay tuned. And we are back again. It's round 3 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial that is on the way. And in fact, it's only one game left. Believe it or not. But while we were on a break, who was it? Nihal Sarin and Simon Gumulash ended their game in a draw as well, which we will check right now. It's been some time ago that we've seen this position. f6, king c2, king e7, a3 was played, and black decided not to react, so just went king f7, a b, bishop e1, king e7, bishop g4, and what are the last moves? Because there's still not the end, I believe.
Number
I believe b39, b3, or no, he didn't play b3, he went bishop d6.
d6, and that's all.
Bishop d6. I was wondering like what happened. Yeah, bishop d6, and this is it. Yeah. Compi was giving a funny line here that if you go b3, king c3, knight a4, king takes, knight b2, king b3, knight d3, forking this one and this one. After bishop d2, you go bishop d6. And when they go, I mean, like, yeah, if you either give the pawn back or you go f5, and after f5, knight c5 check, knight e4, and this is it.
You know, here's a good tradition to analyze the game after their agreement.
Yeah, they're right next to the. It's very like very small event in a sense. Like we don't have like spacious halls and so on, but it's a nice playing hall. Next to it, there is a couple of tables with analysis boards, and whenever we go on a break, we actually see players analyzing. So you've seen them analyzing already.
But it was very short.
Very short analysis, because I imagine that's probably quite a clean game. It's very hard to say if there was a like
maybe it was a long home preparation.
Yeah. It's hard to say if there was any like serious mistake or something.
Moments,
yeah. Right. So all we left with is Hakobian with Shansarxian, Queen A. Yep. Bishop c4, and here bishop b5 apparently was a stronger move, but bishop c4 we both liked. We thought it was like very logical. Bishop takes, knight takes, and now the strongest was queen a6, and the move that was played, bishop f8, is kind of criticized by computer.
Maybe white has a temper.
Queen d3, that's what he did. Now moving the knight
f6
was played.
Yeah.
Knight f6.
And here played
knight bd2. That is nice, because knight bd2 is a good move, but psychologically you do not want to trade pieces necessarily, because like less pieces, less kind of potential to outplay.
But the pawn on a5 could be
that is of course a big target. If we trade like that and then white puts the queen on b5, I think white wins one of the pawns immediately, like e5 or a5.
But black played
rook d8, understandable.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 already played.
And the last move is knight h5.
Knight h5. Okay, knight h5, knight a4. I understand where it's where he's going with it, but
can we stop it with g3? Maybe?
Yeah, like g3 is one move that you could play, and I'm not sure if it's needed, because rook b5 seems also like quite strong.
Yeah, just to take the pawn on f5.
Yeah, if the knight appears on f4, I don't know
e5 maybe also. Yeah? We have two targets here.
Can we take on e5? Yeah, we can take on e5, and it's there's a check, but it's not much more than that. But you're right, in a way, after knight h5, one thinks the knight is so far away that maybe I'll play g3, And
next
rook
move
b5,
would-
yeah, rook b5 is not running away. And after rook b8, I would still go. I know it's even stronger would be to take, go queen
exchange the
b3,
queens and to take on
go
a5.
queen b3. Yeah,
And
no, this
the
is
pawn on a4.
yeah. This is like yeah. If black takes, knight b5, we just take, go back,
And
pawn goes, we win. Yeah.
so chess is,
Chess is easy. Win the pawn, promote it, checkmate your opponent. So either g3 or rook b5 both seem to be very good. And I think the only concern for Hakobian could be, relative concern could be that he doesn't have that much time. No, he does have enough time. It's 4 moves only. 4 moves only left.
20 minutes left.
It's much less. Like I mean, I'm looking now. Now I'm looking at your phone to see
it's
the
only
real
8
kind of
minutes, yeah.
the real.
The real time is 8 minutes.
8 minutes for Hakobian. If we are talking in this position, Hakobian has 8 minutes and Sargsyan has 12.
And the move is
36. Yeah,
36.
37th move for white to place. So 4 moves only left. Very good chance for Aram to score. Again, I don't know what type of player he is. And let's assume that both, or rather, g3 and rook b5 are objectively equal in strength. So white is much better in both cases. Then I would argue it's almost, I mean, it's stylistic, but also psychological portrait of the players. Right? You know, g3, you don't want your opponent like to have any ideas, and rook b5, you're kind of in spite of what he does. You say there is still nothing. I don't care what your moves are. I'm just like going with my plan.
Different psychological.
Yeah, I thought it could actually reflect your persona in a way. Like, what do you choose between the two when the moves are equal? Of course, if there is a better move, you should choose the better move, and that makes you a better chess player. But if the moves are more or less equal, like
I think that G3 is
G3,
Dvoretsky,
yeah,
Dvoretsky
I think
style.
we've been raised on like the fact that yes, whenever you can play a cool prophylactical move, you should play a cool prophylactical move. Yeah. I'm not even sure what black would do after g3 because I can see what computer wants to do. Back to f6, for example. But this is not happening.
By the way, what do you think is more effective now, to read books or to put some curses?
You mean in terms of like, I believe like everybody's different. Probably kind of old-fashioned way, like we were raised, like reading paper books and so on, is, I wouldn't say it's not efficient. It's somewhat outdated simply because how much information we have on chess and how fast the information is spreading. So it's a luxury nowadays to read a paper book, right?
What and also to play classical games.
Well, yeah, but that's different. Let's not touch on time controls. But coming back to this thing, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, one has to use, and it's wise to use modern tools. But to get like proper structure to your, let's say, chess skills, still I would argue that either it doesn't have to be a paper book, but still some book or like explanation put in, in writing. Chess courses, I'm not sure if I'm familiar enough to have an opinion. I know what opening courses are, of course, and this is cool to have opening courses. At least, let's say, even if it's not enough to start playing the opening, at least it gives you the, let's say, the general explanation, the structure, and then you dig for yourself. Okay, now I understand the course ends this line on move 15. I'm not satisfied, but I can go from move 15 onwards. Yeah. So, and yet again, like now I'm talking about like foundation, classical chess education, and so on. And you have every now and again you have chess players who reach grandmaster title by playing 1 minute or 1 minute bullets. So, okay.
Without any classical education.
So, I don't think it's true, but sometimes it appears so, right? So you see somebody like all the time they play on chess.com or whatever, Lee Chess, like play, play those short time controls. And I was always wondering, like, yeah, guys, but what are you doing? And then I realized that it's practice, practice, practice. So you're training, again, you're training your kind of chess muscles in a way. Knight to f3 was played, the move that we didn't look at, but I guess it's a cool move because now e5 is hanging for real.
Should protect maybe.
Bishop, I don't know, bishop g6 or bishop g7. Bishop g7.
Come back to the.
But I guess then you go rook b5, and if knight f4 is played, I mean, first of all, I can take, but I wanted to mention something else, that you can take like that and go e5. And this is, again, from structure standpoint, it's very often white's reaction to knight on f4. You take, you go e5,
and cut the bishop on
and
g7.
ideally next move is queen e4, and it's like total dominance. And by the way, you have some e6 followed by knight h4 ideas. Win on a spot.
B5.
Yeah, rook on b5. Yeah, like after e6, it could be that rook on b5 kind of joins the action. Knight f3. That's actually quite hard for black now.
And he played bishop g7 and rook
bishop
b5.
g7 defending it back, rook b5, so we are following this line. Now, okay, if I don't want to go knight f4, if I go rook e8, for instance, I feel like black is almost in a Zugzwang. So more and more I'm tempted to go like g3, king g2. What black wants to do, if let's say if black is to move, what does he want to do? I guess return the knight back.
Maybe, or just to move with the king g8, h8.
Move the king away to g8. Like f5 is never a move. Yeah, it's never a move. First of all, I don't have to react, but also I will just take and win. Yeah.
It's an idea how to lose immediately.
Yeah, how to speed up. Yeah, how to speed up the process.
Rook e8 was played.
Rook e8 is played, and on move 39 especially, I guess queen b1 also makes sense. To kind of to double on the b file, just in case. Because the queen on c2, the only thing, okay, not the only thing, but like the main thing it was doing, it was on this diagonal, right? Queen on b1 remains on this diagonal, plus it has an extra kind of ability, maybe support the rook to b7, then go queen b5, who knows? So I just thought maybe this is not b1, or I'm not actually not sure why b1 and not b3. Yeah, there is no.
B3 is also maybe targeting to f7.
Yeah. You might be threatening to take once again because there will be some knight f7 check. I'm not sure. No, the conclusion is black's position is quite bad.
Yeah.
How bad it is remains to be answered, but
maybe the time now it's very important because if we have an extra time.
It's 2 moves only, so they will get to half an hour each. It's important for.
And also we have an increment after each move.
Yeah, no, it's important not for, I guess, for any of the players, but if we assume that white's position is objectively winning, then Avram Hakobian doesn't have. I mean, he has to control the time, right? Not to become Ray Robson of yesterday. The most comfortable position, if you only have 30 seconds per move, might be, not easy to win.
It's after 40 minutes, most of players spend their time to relax, to go to the toilet, to go to coffee, and you can spend a lot of time here.
Yeah, that's very often that if you had a massive time trouble, especially, right? Which is not the case here, but right, let's say you spend all of your time until move 25 and you had like a big time trouble, barely made it to move 40. Now when you get this extra half an hour, again, next to 3 moves, you come to terms what happened to the position, you check this, check that, maybe yeah, had a cup of coffee and so on, and then again you are
Uh,
back
you
to
are
being
back.
in a time trouble. And then you have examples like Jan Nepomniachtchi, who would have more time at the end of the
He
game. Yeah,
plus it.
yeah, would have more time at the end of the game sometimes as compared to what he
He
started
started
with.
with 1.5
Yeah,
and
yeah, I've
finished
seen
with half and
one
what,
35. I
35.
think I've seen him finishing the game with like different results. What is funny? I mean, because if you tell me somebody has more at the end of the game, more time than the start, I would assume it was like very quick grandmaster draw. But
Queen
Jan could win,
B3.
could lose, and still have more time on the clock. Queen b3 is move number 39, so that means no worries about time trouble
How to protect the
whatsoever.
pawn on f7?
Say king g8, and then we go rook b7, hit this, and after queen c8 we hit this guy. It's like the feeling is like with every move, yeah, with every move white makes, the position is getting worse and worse. I don't know if there was any.
Tactical decisions. Okay,
No,
let's
wait,
check. But
queen c8. Yeah, black to move queen c8. No, knight d6 is. Does knight d6 work?
Should
Knight
be.
d6, he takes.
Takes on f7.
Queen f7, king h7. How do we? This one's protect. G4 or something? No, g4, rook f8. Wait. That is rook c7.
Another
Too many things, yeah. Too many things hanging. Rook c7 and like, yeah, if this. No. Rook c6, you'll go rook f8. Rook 6, you'll take on 6. Sorry, I'm stupid. Knight h4. Knight h4. I mean, maybe I could go knight h4 immediately. No. If I go knight h4 immediately, queen e6. That's an explanation. Okay. So that means I have. But again, after I've considered all that, why don't I just play queen b5?
Yeah,
Don't need any tactic. It's still like completely winning. Actually, black barely has a move, right? Knight e7, I can take on c7. Rook e6, I should be able to take on a5. And knight a5 with rook b8. Yeah. So I think like queen b5, like when you see queen b5 is so clean.
I think that my move king g8 was weak because
We run in all of this talk again.
yeah, checks and
Okay.
back rank.
We have an update. Black
played-
went knight f4.
Logic. It's logical because he played knight h5.
Knight h5, knight f4. Right. So now,
Maybe
do we take and go e5?
and e5.
That is something that I'm inclined to do, but also, for instance, I don't really see how we kind of win. I understand White's position is like much better, but how do we crush through?
h4,
I don't
h5
see it.
to make
Actually,
another weakness.
on the light squares, yeah. Black cannot reply with h5 because knight check. h4 seems like a good move. Maybe could do this first, and again h4 h5 is the threat, but also just to go queen e4 and win this guy.
And now it's 40.
Move 40. Yeah, move 40 for white to play. Again, if white didn't want. Wait, can I go g3?
But the pawn is
So yeah, then king g2.
You are ready to sacrifice it. It's
I'm
not
winning
even,
it.
it's not
Yeah,
even
I'm winning it back. Yeah, so knight g5, I'm actually just like winning.
No, I mean queen c8 to protect the knight on h3.
Right, to protect the knight. But then again, like once this knight will have to move, right? So knight a.
Maybe my idea is to move back on f4 at some point.
Right. You're right. Actually, knight f4 is a bit annoying. So if I go knight a5, for instance, you will have knight f4. Interesting. You will have knight f4.
Yes,
and I cannot take like that, so I'll take with the bishop, and it's all of a sudden get much. Yeah, you get some chances.
At least it's something new for black.
Yeah. No, I mean, definitely you have some chances, and I understand what's wrong with my play because I'm exchanging. I lose time by taking only 5. I'm exchanging the only bad piece for now, right? All of a sudden, after knight f4, you have. I mean, at the end of this line, the bishop's playing, the rook's playing.
Queen
Yeah,
is
and
also
even the
again.
material's equal. I mean, I win the pawn like that, but it's far from
Yeah.
being clear. No. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that.
The most practical decision is to
Just
take.
to take, yeah.
Just to take,
Yeah, I think so as well. Like because also you had so much control during the game, right? Then whenever in this line after g3, whenever maybe you calculate this line and you say, okay, there could be some threats to my king. Then you
Some
think,
checks,
yeah, let's
some
just take. We still obviously have like a big advantage.
And our pawn on e5 are overprotected. I think.
Yeah, I don't think there is a way for black to
Maybe
win the
rook
pawn.
e6 and then
Rook e6 and queen e8.
yeah.
So I go here, let's say queen e8. I go queen e4, and here I couldn't see the move for black.
I need an extra piece to
This is
attack
not,
your pawn on e5.
This will never work, right?
f6, you mean?
f6. I mean, this is already like
this is
better.
a classical position with
this
the
is already
bishop
better.
Against,
yeah, but I believe there should be. Yeah, wait. Rook b8, queen g6. Rook b8. Queen takes. Queen g6. King
h8 maybe.
No, king h8.
Another check.
Check.
On f7.
Check. I actually don't see how we checkmate. But I think
What should be?
knight f5, and how do you survive this one? Queen g8 and something like actually I don't see it now.
But maybe before after the couple checks and maybe some check on.
Maybe check here, bring the other knight. Does this work? No.
I thought about knight on d5.
This one? Oh, sorry. This one or that one? This one, it's a check and check and then you take. No.
Maybe another.
Another knight, so there is no check.
To control the e1 square.
Yeah, there is no check. And here.
Yeah, maybe it's too romantic.
Yeah. No, I
Two
wanted.
knights and the queen in attack.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of finish the game in style. But wait, but then it could be that this is objectively black's best chance. You take here, we take, they go 6, and rook b8, even if it wins, like it wins in some tricky way.
If we just take the pawn on a5, you takes, and my pawn on a4, or...
That is probably... I'm not sure c5, why I go to c5 and not b5.
c5? To take maybe the pawn
to take another pawn.
c7.
c6
and a5, just promote your pawn.
This you still... rook e5 is here. Yeah, I was thinking like rook's getting trapped, and I was very happy to find rook c4, but I can just take in case of bishop f8. Yeah.
The bishop on g7 is...
Bad. Knight f4, wait a second. Knight f4, and white played rook to b7, which is still good. But
knight is still alive.
Yeah, 96. 96, black can change his mind, defend c7. And it's again...
The only piece, or knight on c6 is the only bad piece here.
I realize what it is. Look, queen b5, and now, like if the knight moves, you win, right? Knight e7, there is rook a7.
No moves.
Yeah, but obviously, like
protect?
if you're a computer, you say rook c8 and
The idea,
queen c6, knight d8. It's such an ugly tactic that it's. I
but if you
imagine.
have half an hour and it's the only move to
Yeah, maybe black's
survive,
gonna find. No,
you
no. I'm trying to explain. Like when you go rook b7 with limited time on the clock, you think after knight e6, I just go queen b5 and there is no move for them. I thought, yeah, because like this knight, you just take c7, it's game over.
yeah, but maybe
This
any
knight,
any
rook b8. No, no, there is no other move. Like, yes, you have to move the rook. Rook f8 is possible, but in your mind, you attack the knight has to move, right? And this is how you come to the conclusion that rook b7, I just win. Rook b7, I just win. But I don't know. It's still much better for. Wait a second. Is it much better? Because knight d8 is a threat now.
and rook on b7 is.
Yeah, I mean it's much better in the sense that you can still go back. But then it's a miss. I wanted to say then it's a miss if
Some
black
chances
finds
for black.
if black finds the defense.
The defense, yeah. But maybe
Anything
this is
else?
the only way. But maybe we can.
All right, there is rook b8.
Rook b or rook c8 maybe to protect the pawn.
Rook c8, but how is it different with... Ah, wait a second. Then I can come back to this idea. Takes and e5, and my rook is even more active.
And for example, knight
d8,
and
go
then
here.
Knight e6.
And I'll take...
Try to activate the knight.
Wait. I shouldn't take. There's queen e4.
Yes.
Actually...
Some counterplay maybe here.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it. Like queen e4... Okay, we won a pawn, but it's no longer that...
No checks yet, but
not...
it could be something.
Yeah, sure. It's like there was a moment, maybe here, maybe white could have played g3, when we would say like we have full control.
He has 2 minutes
to decide. For black after rook b7
because it's the move 40, and after.
If I go rook b8, you just trade, right? Trade.
Just maybe we can.
There's like this thing.
King f1.
King f1, right?
To stop you, and then to take on a5. But.
Knight c6, and I guess you go here, and black cannot defend it.
I think that Shant knows that it's not.
Yeah, endgame is bad.
The game is bad.
Endgame is bad. Wait, if I go check, king f1.
Maybe you can take on c3.
Knight c3. Rook c7. And there is. Wait, this one I was thinking I'm winning. Now I don't see.
Knight b6 or something else.
Rook f7.
Knight b6 looks very good.
Knight b6. I was worried about this, but then we have. You can even
take.
Wait a second. You can even take.
Or even take on f7 with the queen and to make.
Hang on, but there is queen d8 immediately. Computer tells me. And white's not better. So hang on. After knight e2, it seems that king f1, I will let you take on c3. So I might have to go like here.
Maybe too complicated for the 1 minute, and that's why he played knight e6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is where he played knight e6. And
so we are waiting
for one game.
And we are waiting queen b5.
We expect queen b5 if he plays the next move fast.
But
because that's apparently okay. That's my theory, but I think this is what you kind of, or he was planning.
Yeah.
But then if black goes rook c8, You actually have to, like, apparently that's again, that's compy, that's not me, but apparently you just have to go back and return.
Okay, I
return the
asked you and you replied, and I go back.
Yeah.
Why not?
No,
Just to ask.
it's okay. It's okay. It's like something that I don't understand. How is black still holding? Because like
So many weaknesses.
so many weaknesses, and white was the rook on b5, white was the rook on b7, yet black didn't lose a single point of material.
Yeah, f7, e5, c7, c6, all the
All
weakness.
week, yeah, and still nothing lost. Maybe we have to remind our audience about today's results, and I'm not sure who was the first to finish. Was it Artemiev? Artemiev with Sam Savian, who agreed to draw right after the opening. Then Donchenko and Hovhannisyan made a draw in this endgame. Nihal Sarin then Aravind lost relatively quickly to Ray Robson with white. It was kind of strange game, but well played by Robson for sure. And then Nihal Sarin made the draw against Simon Gumulage. These are the results we have. These are the results we have. So the only game that is running is that one that we currently have on the screen.
Maybe this is the time to speak something about the sponsors.
Sponsors, we've shown I've shown during the break, I've shown the commercials, but yeah, from what I understand, it's not, it's not that type of an event where you get corporate sponsorship and you promise something. This is like a circle of closed friends who knew the man, who knew Stepan Avagyan in person, and they've pretty much, it's by initiative of his family and Sambatul Putyan. So the sponsors are in fact like people who knew him in person and who decided to take part. So of course, big thanks to Ashkar Health Center and to Lydian Armenia, the mining company, who are supporting the players. And I think there is one more which we strangely don't have the information about. Chessify, who the company that offers what you call a server analysis for chess players, and they actually I think they have some special prizes for everybody. For the winners, they get
For beauty?
No. It's
just special prizes.
Yeah, special prize for every. So it's kind of a separate prize fund. It's not a money. It kind of has monetary value, but basically it's the credits to use their platform. So when you have the one with the price distribution. If you have a paper with the price distribution, there is like a separate prices from Chessify. So each player who
You mean this?
yeah, each player who participates in this tournament will get kind of an allowance to use the platform for X amount of dollars, I guess, right? And
Yes,
if you're a winner, it's like 350
$50
of 350 worth of credit, which I imagine gives you maybe a year of of using cloud engine. So that's it doesn't sound like much, but if it's offered to a professional chess player to use the infrastructure, it's actually quite a nice bonus to the average prize fund of 26,000, kind of main prize fund of $26,000, which I still don't know. I have to confess, how is it divided between the players?
First prize is
Let's do 3,200,000
$3,200,000
Armenian drum, which in my rough estimation should be, let me think now, around €8,000 or $10,000, whichever you prefer. It's a nice price for this type of event. Rook to b5, played by Aram Hakobian on move 41. And
He decided not to ask him.
let's, you know what? That's board 4. Let's see if we have a camera on board 4. Yep. Shant is thinking, and yeah, I run back to the board as well. I think this will last for quite a while, this one. So they've got, that's what, half an hour each they have, plus this will not finish, I don't know, in next 10 moves, I don't think. It's probably going to be, let's say, we expect white to kind of convert the advantage. How it's going to happen? He's going to win a pawn, they will be playing some endgame. So 30 moves at the very least. That gives me the idea that at least 1 more hour we will have to be here. And that's why I suggest yeah, I know, Maria, I know you want your time on air, but
So I'm
we
also
kind of,
ready to.
yeah, I thought like we've covered this one more or less, this position, even though it's a complex position, but we had a lot of discussion about like what to do here, so on. Again, I'm not sure how you supposed to win these positions, because now there is no immediate crash through, and probably now we actually will do some sort of Dvoretsky, G3, King G2,
H4.
make all the kind of good prophylactical moves, and then eventually somehow maybe we'll try to win the pawn. Yeah, so it'll take us a lot of time. And
No, it's interesting that we should play G3, H4 without our white square bishop. But maybe it's the best idea to develop our.
like arguably, like I say, if black doesn't do much, G3, and so let's pretend black is waiting. Arguably, this is a safer place for the king. Okay, knight f4, we are not.
So we
Not
ignore
like,
the,
we don't really believe.
the queen on A.
Queen on a8, yeah, but
Some
yeah, I agree. Yeah, probably G3. Now that you told me this, I used to have the queen on C2, and that's why I thought this one's defended.
Maybe on B1 also possible to.
Yeah, queen B1 or.
To control D1 square, E4 pawn, F5.
F5 break, yeah.
Break.
If I go here, I have a question. Like, what do I do? Do I really want to go H5? No, I don't think so. H5, you'll just take, right?
Maybe
You'll
it's
just
an
take.
option for future.
White is still better, but like how to tell when to go, when not to go H5? Because I've seen people like completely ignoring this pawn for a very long time, and I've seen people just bravely taking. And
Yeah.
so I guess one of the criteria for me would be if white can get something on F5 quickly, because what changes, yes, like theoretically,
But
if
we
something
cannot
happens.
move knight
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah, we cannot really get the knight on F5. And in this position, I'm not even sure we want the knight on F5. It's nice.
Maybe it's better to have this thread on H5, just hanging thread.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I mean, the
G3.
comp steals at once, like G3 and I guess King
H2 maybe.
King H2.
Black square. No?
Yeah, but then still the thing is hanging.
Ah.
No, I feel like King G2
G2
is
is
still
normal.
something I want to do. Or maybe the other thing would be knight D2, F3, and maybe I have, when I can bring the king to E2.
But maybe
But still strange,
rook
right?
D3. It's some.
Still strange with so many
My
pieces on
idea
the board.
is rook D3 and then
Rook D4, knight D4, some
yeah.
cheap but efficient tactics. So all I'm saying, it's beautiful position that you seemingly enjoy, but there is no obvious way through.
Yeah, I just need to maintain your advantage somehow.
If I do this,
Yes, also an
rook
option.
B8.
And what?
And what? Yeah, exactly, and what?
Go back, I think.
Go back to B5,
To
yeah, and
B5.
they go back. By the way, we never tried to take this thing, eh?
Let's check.
Ah,
let's go queen.
because queen e4.
Ah,
Yeah,
e4.
because queen e4. It's not.
But maybe we can protect it with the queen.
Yeah, queen c2 kind of threatens this, or not really. No.
Takes.
c6.
Takes. Ah,
c6. Yeah, you see, so it's annoying. I guess
maybe
this is our main target still. So after that, we'd be going here and try to win this guy. But it takes a lot of effort, surprisingly. That, by the way, is
he played queen c2. Yeah.
this, and he just played queen to c2. Yeah.
And
having control.
Control f.
Defend this. Control f5.
And maybe h4.
H4 now with the queen on c2 you can probably go h4 g3, but still this is kind of the main motif to get the knight to b3. So black cannot really untie himself from here. So like ideally you move the knight, you go c6, but the moment you move the knight you lose this pawn.
And also maybe your idea to move on d5 with the rook. Now it's better because after rook b8 we have a tempo.
Rook
D. Yeah. Because we moved our queen. Let's try to do it. Rook b8 and something.
Taking this is still not an option. Rook d7. They start. They start activating. Yeah.
So it's better to control b file.
So I figured it out. White's problem is that the position is too good. So whatever we try to do, we make it worse. White has the ideal position and strangely still cannot. Okay, let me just see what happens if I do what computer tells me to do. How do I win? Like I just skip moves with black. Because this is so stupid. I can see.
Not really happens. Yeah.
Nothing happens. Like computer says white is much better, and it hovers around pretty much. I'm not saying it's a fortress.
Maybe the idea is to play h5 in some good
but,
moment.
But which moment is a good moment, right? At least
maybe right now. h5 and
if they take now at least we can get the knight to f5.
My idea is to go to f5.
And if say knight e7, then at least we take on a5, right?
Or a5. Yeah.
a5. Queen c6, and we take on e5.
This is the best way for white, maybe.
Rook h5. No, this is my favorite scenario so far.
Yes.
But that happened because I was completely ignoring what
white
was doing with black. Yeah. So at least we found some sort of a plan. Some sort of a plan for white,
he
right?
Played king g8.
Wait, 96. What was rook b5, rook d8, right?
Queen c2.
Queen c2 and king g8. King g8.
Maybe their idea after h4, h5. First of all, he protected the pawn on f7, and the other idea is to play
so
after
knight g5. There is no check.
No check. Yeah.
The main kind of problem for black that it's not that many moves black has. Okay, I have a question. What happens if I just straightforward go here?
double knights on c6, e6.
The thing is, I would win more or less next move. If you pass, I go here, and I'm thinking, I'm not even winning this way because some stupid rook b8. And if I take, they take. I thought I was winning here.
Why not?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Somehow harder. I don't have knight
knight
b3.
b3.
I'm still not convinced, but yeah, things are hanging in the air. If I go f3 to go queen b3, there's some knight c5. Yeah, black is. It's not so simple. Besides, after knight d2, that happened when I went king h7, right? But there is apparently knight d4,
Takes.
cd4, ed4, and then my bishop is trapped.
Jet.
Trapped, and I don't like it.
Really?
I don't like it. So it kind of got stuck a little bit.
Let's back to the idea to g3, h4, and
So g3 and again.
h5 maybe, h4, and yeah, bishop f6 for example, queen g2, king g2, yeah, and
Oh, wait a sec. But now I have the square on g5, right? So
but
I
without
could
a
go.
check.
I could go. No, I mean now I could go to
Ah.
d2, and knight
Ah.
d4 is no longer cool because I just take, and the bishop is no longer
g5.
trapped. Yeah, I go to g5. So knight d2, bishop g7, knight b3, and there is. Yeah, I guess this is also a win. At least winning the pawn.
The pawn, yeah. But winning the pawn is not winning the game, maybe.
Oh, but it's remarkable how, like, we have the evaluation bar which says like white's always better. We even see like some computer lines which tells us, okay, do this, do that, and then win. But I'm trying to kind of somewhat zone out of this one and just look at the position as if I was playing the game, and I see its big advantage, and I have no idea how to convert it like properly, right? In terms of like good moves, yes, you have a tons of good moves, like many ideas, but somehow black is still not falling apart, and that is, I believe, that is one kind of signature thing of strong players. That first of all, it's hard to get a good position then, but when you do, so a lot of people will just like blunder few moves, maybe 10 moves ago, right? Like the position is bad, and but these guys, they somehow still keep fighting, and it's not so easy to kind of finally beat them.
Yeah, I think that bad player would, for example, for black,
Yeah, would collapse much
collapse
earlier.
and try to move active moves like f5, with some
Yeah, when
rook
was that?
f8, f5.
Yeah, like somewhere here, which was like move 34. Strangely, yeah. Remember, even I was saying some. Yeah, let's go knight f4 for, you know, play for initiative, and it never worked. It actually never worked.
After king g8, he played king h2.
This.
Karan.
Yep, king h2.
And you know, the one of idea is just to play somehow and to make the game into
Second time
trouble. Yeah.
And then implying that it's harder to play for black. Yeah, there is this. I'm thinking with a king on h2, what could be my other idea? Because I still want to get the knight to b3 eventually. Could it be that I go to e1, then play f3 to defend this pawn, then go knight d3? It's a very, very long way.
But h3 and f3...
I'm not proud, yes. That's, yeah, people, that's what I'm talking about. That I'd say, I actually could go knight d3 immediately, right? No, there is, like, again, there is always some trick. No, wait, not knight a7, knight e7 was the move there. Knight e7, no. What's the move?
Maybe...
No, there is no move. There is no move. That stupid computer
So
was showing that knight d3 is a mistake, and now it figured out.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's knight d3, then f3, and then
okay, for example,
c1,
h5, f3.
No, I don't need to play f3 then, right? I'll just go here.
And
so basically,
you are going to b3
I spend
These
more
four
time.
moves.
It's weird, yeah. I spend more time. I played 4 moves instead of 2 moves.
Yeah.
But I avoided this knight d4 trick. And black was doing nothing anyway, right? Like all of our lines that we were looking, black doesn't have any sort of proactive plan. Black was like hovering around. That's again, that's a current position. What could be the active plan for black? Like to go f5 and resign after a few moves. Yeah? Queen a6.
You know, another option for black, it's to play. He played like this.
Queen a6, yeah. Okay.
It was my idea to suggest you to play.
This still knight to d4 works, right?
G5 square
is
protected.
not yet here. All right, takes.
So it's okay.
White's probably better anyway, but ideally you want to avoid it. So what do you do? Again, I insist on my stupid move, and now you have knight a7.
Yeah,
so queen
because
a6,
the
now
idea
you have
was
knight a7. Takes here, takes here. Takes here, and
maybe some active moves, no?
yeah. The feeling is that, okay, like here, white won a pawn, but now my pieces are all over the place. Like right, a rook on a7, maybe not too bad, but far away from the king side, from the center. Knight is only 1, so that's definitely something that I don't like. We just had the queen on a8, which had no moves, right?
And after queen a6, the knight on c4 is hanging.
Yeah. So again, tempting would be knight d2, but this allows knight d4. I'm not even sure what I do. Do I go back to b3 so this guy's defended? Then you can kind of annoy me with this. Because again, some knight d4s in the air. It's incredible how hard it is to break through.
You know, this d4 square is like attack Zaitsev with the pawn idea to attack on a strong defended square.
You mean the knight d4 move? Yeah. So
they always use it with the pawn.
breakthrough? No, maybe, I'm not sure. Look, I mean, this is you're talking about Igor Zaitsev's book, right?
Yeah.
So
the attack.
A breakthrough in a was it a breakthrough in a strong or attack in the strong
Strong
kind of yeah. That's our clumsy translation. Sorry, guys. So there was Igor Zaitsev's book, but there was also Kramnik's. Okay, well, he was on a cover as one of the authors, but I imagine the book itself was done by Yakov Damsky. So it's Kramnik, Damsky, Breakthrough. So that is like, I don't know, 15-year-old book. Or, again, whenever I say 15-year-old, guys, like double it and it'll mean it was 30 years ago. So that was also cool, and that would also suggest that, say, I don't know, somebody controls a square 100 times and you still go there. Anyway, after queen a6, queen back to b3, defending this guy.
So the fortress.
Kind of.
Rook d3. Yeah.
Rook to d3. Are you threatening something? Say,
maybe.
if I go here,
at least
yes.
I'm annoying you.
yes, knight ed4. You should say, yes, of course I'm threatening something. Don't be shy. So what do I do? And okay, silly question. Rook d5.
And if I go to
and
d4?
You do have knight d4 nonetheless, because I was thinking this could be a win. You do have knight d4. Cannot take with the pawn, I don't think. So I take with the knight.
Takes.
Pawn takes. Or what do we do?
Pawn takes looks interesting because c3. Pawn is hanging.
It's like there are some pins. You
the
pin
big
this
effect.
pin, but I pin this pawn.
But I want to take with the rook on c3
I go here.
And
otherwise, you're just winning. Yeah. No, bishop d2, and this is where I'm confused. Because I'm not sure if you pass what my move is. There is no move.
Mm-hmm.
Now, No, this is purely wrong. Rook d3 is
No,
no,
no, he
it's not
played.
on the board.
He
Back
played
to
black to a.
hang on a second, because indeed, Queen c2,
Ah,
Queen
this is a
a6,
repetition. Yeah.
Queen b3, Queen a8. Yes, you're welcome to show me how are you planning to win.
And the second time trouble is coming up.
On your screen, not on my screen.
18 minutes.
18 minutes and 20 minutes. Let's not repeat yesterday's mistake, because it looked like at some point, it looked like this round will finish like when they started, remember, when they started to finish the games one after the other, we thought, okay, maybe that's the day. That's the day where it's going to be 3 hours of commentary. That's an easy day for us. But no, this game survived, and it's actually full of content still.
Now it's 7 o'clock local time.
Yeah, so I'm thinking let's go for a quick break again, and I guess we will not miss much, because seriously, Hakobian, he's getting a bit stuck, so it's not impossible. Next 10 minutes he will be figuring out the plan, and we will return right after. There will be content in this game, guys. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. And we are back. We are back with the only remaining game of Stepan Avagyan Memorial Round 3. And that is the local derby.
Local derby.
Aram Hakobian has close to decisive advantage against Shan Sargsyan, but it is the case already for some 20 moves, and there is no, still there is no way through that Hakobian has found. And I think something that I've completely forgotten to do would be to update. So I'm switching to some random game. It's not the position on the board. I just want to update their game to see what happens. Queen a8, and I think last few moves were queen a2, queen to a6, and white went for knight d2. And this knight d2 with the idea to go knight b3 move was my idea, our idea we were discussing right before the break. There was a problem with it because I think, now with queen on b3 that kind of doesn't make sense at all because you cannot put the knight on b3. With queen on c2, I think, yeah, with queen on c2, this is where I wanted to go knight d2. Knight d2, knight b3. But it was running into knight jumps to d4, the bishop is trapped.
That's why queen on a2 is better.
Yeah, queen b3, queen a8, now knight d2. I guess first of all it's stupid, and also black has knight cd4, and yeah, the same trick works. Yeah, it looks like white is better, but at least black is getting in some complications. So that's why. Queen a2. So now knight d4 will not be a fork if it ever happens. Black went queen a6 again, right? Knight d2.
And h5 was played.
h5.
And the question is...
After knight b3, yeah, like what to do after knight b3? Because the pawn is hanging. There is rook d3, which white answers with queen c2.
Or maybe takes?
Maybe just...
oh wait,
which knight are we taking with? Let's say with this knight. If rook c3, do we see how we win? Because I don't see. Rook c3. That's some computer stuff. Yeah, yeah, maybe not computer stuff. That's just like I have to wake up and see some tactics. Queen d2.
No moves for the rook.
But strangely, it says this, knight to d4.
Again.
The rook is pinned to the knight. Rook c5 runs into bishop f8. So after knight d4, if we take... and then yeah, and this is where they take. This is where they take on a4. This is where they take on a4. So now when we move the rook back, black takes with the pawn or even with the knight. Even with the knight, knight e3, I guess some bishop h6, or I was thinking c6 to cover this one. No, c6 was stupid. Bishop h6 is the better move. Anyway, this one, yeah, c6, strangely, this, and not a5, queen b5, queen b2, and white gets to trade the queens, and then probably winning. The thing is, like say, without continuing the line, white won an exchange for a pawn, but black improved like all the pieces, right? And bishop h6 also improves. Sorry, that's not the diagonal. That's not the diagonal I meant. Bishop h6. If you wanted to go g3 to cover f4, I mean, first of all, of course, it's a check, but g3, h4 sometimes. So I guess like if you let black play a few moves, he's looking at, I don't know, some setup like that. Might start having problem. Oh no! Now I just blundered. Bishop e3. Bishop e3.
Check on f3 after.
Rook a1, f2 is hanging. Queen f1. I have to play.
So we can summarize it. Counterplay here.
Yeah. No, but what I wanted is like to show some position like that. That like black probably has enough con to play. He will not trade the queens. He will try to threaten the king.
You know, it reminds me one openings idea with I don't remember. Maybe it's maybe it's King's Indian idea with sacrificing the
The exchange.
the exchange and yeah, it's something like this, you know. Or maybe it's not King's Indian, but the bishop on G7 also.
I think Grunfeld has quite a few of those when you kind of your exchange down and you don't really care.
Because the black squares is a compensation, and the knight on d4 is also, well, some compensation. And what's what with the video? He moved very fast. What? Why? Maybe some intentional? No.
Bishop. Wait. Knight b3 was played. Black played what exactly?
No. We haven't knight b3. After queen b1.
Knight b3. Knight b3. Rook d3 was not played, right? He didn't play knight b3.
Yeah.
Pardon me. After h5, he went queen
He started
b1
with queen b1
first,
and then
king h7,
and then
knight b3, and bishop f8.
Yeah.
And now the knight on c4 is not protected, so you cannot do this, and this because c4 is hanging. Yeah, and if you take with the knight,
some
c6 is c6 a move? I don't understand why c6 is not cool. Rook b7, and if queen a5, it's rook f7. No, not rook f7. It's crazy.
And
queen b3.
But if we take on f7, let's.
Yeah, we could take on f7 as well. No, I was not sure. King this rook a7, and if queen c3, then this is where you double on the sevens. It's not that trivial. It's not that trivial, but possible to find. But the real problem for white is that black is not going c6, but goes rook a8 and just says, yes, cool, you want a pawn, but how do you unpin this situation, right?
Triangle.
So you want, you want to go knight c4 and be able to go a5 and maybe queen b3 to defend this, and then you have everything under control. But it's too many moves in a row.
This current position. And we are stopped.
No, we have the right thing on the screen for a change. So we can go back to.
Nice to be alive.
Not
frozen.
Back. So we have this one on the screen, and then we go back here. Yep. Guess.
Yeah,
that's the one.
But the position is.
It's not the real position that I have on the screen, right?
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8 is the last move, and white is thinking. And we have to say 8 minutes for Ram Hakobian and only 12 for, 8 for Hakobian, 12 for Sargsyan. So not that easy. And strangely, now it seems like there is no real way back.
Why?
There is no real way back because knight, let's say if you wanted to go knight d2, maybe to f3, apparently black can go bishop h6.
To exchange the bishops?
Takes. Yeah, now if you go knight f3, I guess f6 is possible. So somehow the knight is still stupid on c6, but other than that, this knight's not bad. Maybe rook d7, king g7, solidify everything. I will not be surprised if white will not win.
Okay, and maybe we will come back to our idea with g3, king g2, something like this.
No. Wait, but apparently black is when this one's not protected, black is threatening knight a7.
Rook a5, maybe, no?
These guys, rook a5. Okay,
maybe I can.
We can take on that. Go king g2. Don't
pawn,
blunder this one. King g2 or queen c2 maybe. And now we are guaranteed to take this guy, right? There is nothing black
Without
and
the black squares bishop, it looks better, of course, for black.
here. And now again, the same thing.
The
Like
same
let's say
thing,
if you
but
take on a5,
we also have
f6.
the square on c5 here for our.
Yeah. Now it's not even better for white at all,
Oh.
because again, all of these pieces are somehow okay. Not the pawn a4, but it's hard to move.
That's why he played maybe knight.
Knight back to
back to
d2,
d2.
but then
Your
bishop
idea
h6 is possible,
trade the
right?
bishop,
Bishop
yeah.
h6 is possible. I feel like, yeah, the bishop on f8, you don't really have a good use for it. And I don't see like great alternatives. And I understand Compi says like you could go bishop g7, bishop e7, but my idea is always like you're a human, you're defending tough position, you want to make some sort of a progress, right? And bishop h6 might look like a progress because we had the stupid bishop there, and now we exchange it for white's bishop on e3.
And it's also interesting that sometimes we are trying to trade our bishop on g7, and sometimes try to keep it.
Yeah, that is like I don't even have no longer trying because you know, like kids' books when they explain about good bishop, bad bishop, it's good and all, and I think this is like this concept is like when you get the foundation, it's very good to understand that yes, if you have your bishop on f8 and your pawns are on like all the pawns are on dark squares and this is your bishop, it is a bad bishop. Yeah, there is no exceptions to this rule. But then later on, you understand that there are so many exceptions. So that yes, it's a bad bishop, but it defends good pawns, as they say. And then you exchange it, and all of a sudden you win, or the opposite.
Maybe
now,
after the exchange, we can use somehow
no,
dark squares.
I just feel like it's less solid for white, right? Because like somewhere d2 square can f4 if like wanted to jump to f4, there is like less control. So white is still better, but it's getting.
He played
bishop g7, bishop back to g7, yeah, keeping this defended.
Maybe the idea is just to say.
Yeah, waiting is also a legit idea, simply because it's again, it may be, you know, a bit of chess psychology, because your opponent has this fantastic position for a very long time, and he still cannot convert it. And if you don't see how he's going to convert it after bishop g7, maybe that's what you do. Just wait and see. So,
seven minutes left.
Do we do something like that? It doesn't spoil my position that much, right? To go h4, and I don't know, this. Hard to tell.
Maybe e5 is our next target here.
This is an ugly move, I know. Then you'll start upstart. Weakens a lot, yeah. F6 weakens a lot of squares. I still feel like h4 and g3 improve white's position. Maybe I shouldn't play f3, you know, to weaken the second rank. Not
and
to
also,
weaken the second rank.
if you play f3, there are also no idea with knight f3.
Yeah, true that. So we are saying now that after knight f3, but again, do we really want to take it? I don't see the scenario how we take this pawn, because knight takes, knight takes, knight takes.
And what?
I was thinking c6, but you
I have a tempo with
rook b6, and then yeah, you take. No, you actually don't take something because of rook d1, but you first play this. You first play this. You make sure you kick me all the way back to a6, and this is where you take.
So
cool.
It's a real threat to take on e5.
Kind of, but he didn't play h4. He went queen b3. And black is waiting. Yes, bishop f6. Show me how are you planning.
Show me the meaning.
Yeah, that's one thing. Show me what you got. Yeah.
Famous song of
So,
NSYNC, maybe, yeah? The song.
I'm not good with the names of
Ah.
like who thinks what or who composed what. That is, yeah.
It was quite famous in 19th, maybe.
So your mom told you about this.
No.
Well, yeah.
It was popular then I studied at school.
No, but that's funny. Seriously, with like the older you get, I realize like analyzing chess with the young kids sometimes, like with the students, or even like discussing with this kid, with the players, and you say, ah, okay, there was like I don't know. You mentioned this line was popular in the beginning of 2000s, and then you understand people were not born in the
Born, yeah.
beginning of 2000s. So who am I talking to? They could not possibly know this line was popular because they were not only they were not playing chess, they were not born.
And do you know some memes, famous memes?
From
From
you mean from back from 2000s or yeah? I
for
think
now. No, for
now
example, 6-7 meme. Six. Do you know?
no
What is
no
what
no no.
does it
I have
mean?
no idea.
6-7? No.
I have no idea. No no no.
It's so popular.
I have some niche kind of nerdy memes maybe, but not nothing like what's
Okay.
very modern.
You should check after our
Absolutely,
podcast.
I promise I will do. Mm, let's try to look at the camera. Is he any nervous? He being, I mean, Jacobian. Like
Emil
I see he's a bit kind of he's struggling, obviously struggling to find the way through. So
After
after bishop f6, again, now
knight f3
I
and
give up. Yeah, knight f3 was played.
was played
Knight
and
f3, king h, no,
7.
king g7,
King
right?
g7
Knight f3,
was
king
played, yeah.
g7. And surprise, surprise, you still cannot take on e5. Because, now it's knight takes,
And c4, c6 works.
c6 works because you
Because-
take this guy with a check.
Check.
You take this guy with a check. So before
So we
going for this, white needed g3,
g3,
and h4.
h4.
Maybe not
At least
h4, but
g3.
like you need h4 so that your g3 is not answered with black's h4. I think this is kind of the logic.
Okay, let's prepare for white. Just play g.
We can still go h4.
h4, then any
Let's
move.
say, and if black literally plays any move,
g3.
actually this any move is not so any because rook d5 and you don't have rook b, don't have rook b8.
To take on d5, but
Yeah, like if you take on d5, you lose material, so you'd probably go like rook e7, and then we play queen b5, and this is how we win, right? So rook d7 is probably, I just made a stupid move. Okay, black hovers around, we go g3, black hovers around more, and then we try to take.
yeah.
This works, at least. It works in the sense that white's not losing. It's probably still quite tricky with some sort of... I was thinking queen f1. Can someone tell me why queen f1 doesn't work? Rook takes
They're
or
following rook d1 and mate on h1, yeah?
rook d5?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fair answer. It's a fair answer. So Compi plays some rook d3, and I mean, I guess should be winning. Still tricky, but yeah, like queen b5, rook b5.
But
Rook c3, rook a5, I thought, but maybe
rook
maybe.
a3.
Yeah,
Let's just stop
maybe
the
I'm
ball.
too optimistic. Yeah, maybe I'm too optimistic.
Rook a8 should be interesting. Yes, it should be.
And then they start pushing, and we start pushing, and I don't know what it is.
c5 pawn.
Yeah, if this we are winning. We get it to a7, we go rook c8. Yeah.
We should cut the bishop with
So
c
probably
pawn.
probably the c5 pawn just stays there, so the bishop cannot help the a pawn, and maybe you move the king forward, but
a5.
oh no, wait, it was white to move. Yeah, so a5 and now king f6 to go here.
a6 and how to 8.
Can I go here? a7. Wait a second. If I take,
The check on a8.
nice explanation. this, and you have rook e3.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of important because
Because
if you promote, yeah,
a
take
queen,
take
take
on
and
f2,
take on f2.
I should be able to survive, right? But yeah, but there is rook e3 at the end of this line, and it's game over. It's a very long line, and usually when you have human-made very long line, be sure there is a lot of mistakes. All
Actually,
right,
we have queen
come
a2.
back.
Nothing changes.
What move is it?
Queen?
52,
52.
right? So knight b3 was move 48. I'm trying to reconstruct the game now. Knight b3.
I can help you. Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Queen. Oh no, wait, he went back, I think, right?
Yeah, and move back on g7. Queen b3. Bishop f6.
Knight
Knight
f3.
f3.
King g7,
G7
and he went queen a2,
two.
and black went queen a8.
And you know that time?
Shant is down to, no, not Shant, but
No,
Aram is down to like 3 minutes only.
No?
I just realized something. What we're gonna do, now we are using our secret sauce for, live board. But what we're gonna do, if the game is finished, but this board, the chess.com board, will still be showing the game is in progress. So we caught ourselves in some sort of a trap. Anyway, it feels so cool to know what's in the future. All right, feels so cool to know what's in the future. Queen a8. Now again, if I take that, it's just c6, right? I mean, if I take on e5,
of course. We need the pawn on g3.
Or even simply a queen e4. c6 also wins, but queen e4 is even better. So he struggles to make progress. And
Rook d5.
Rook to d5, yes, but
Rook b8.
you can always go rook b8, I was thinking, or even this, because now you can leave the a5 pawn because queen e4 is possible. Now if rook d8, and somehow you got rid of your knight on c6, because this one's hanging. If you go here, I guess, well, this is, I don't know if this works. Then say knight e5, knight d6, and I'm sorry, and e4 is impossible to protect. Maybe other knight, yeah. If you take other knight, still knight d6. If you take that, it's check, and the other one. So I go f3.
Oi, wow,
Knight.
f3, really.
Oh,
Looks terrible to play
yeah,
f3.
I know. This is not a pleasant diagonal, but I'm greedy person. I want my pawn. And then apparently this is annoying. And imagine, like, you've played it. This game was white. You had positional advantage from move 15 or whatever. You had everything under control, and then you're in a second time control. You're down to 1 minute, and all of a sudden you get some position like that, which is like even objectively is no longer better. And you have to, in fact, like have to find moves not to end up worse, or maybe you are worse. I'm not even sure. Like g5,
3 results at least.
This, and they take, and you go e5, and they take, and then they centralize the queen. No,
actually, I don't believe in this.
No, this will, like, hopefully it will not happen, because otherwise Jacobian might easily lose.
Black played.
Where are we?
After rook
Knight
d5.
I'm once again, I've like somehow digressed, and maybe it's time to update the board. You say?
Okay, let's go.
Maybe it's time to update the board. Which final position do we want to see? Artemi's final position, and meanwhile, no, not Artemi's. Artemi's position, which has ended a long time ago. Now, hopefully,
the only one game left, and it is.
No, I'm still behind. I don't know what happened. Knight d2. Yeah, you promised to help me
Okay.
to figure out the stuff. Bishop g.
7. Queen
Ah.
b3.
Queen b3, right, that is.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6, knight
Knight
f3,
f3,
king g7. Ah, yeah, yeah,
King
yeah.
g7.
Queen a2, queen a8, rook d5.
5, rook e8 here.
Rook e8.
And knight cd2.
Knight cd2.
Yeah.
To
Because
get the
only 1
queen to
minute
c4
left.
maybe.
Uh-huh.
But it's only 1 minute left. And
Yeah.
this is where it would be cool to see full screen view on the board, but we do not have a technical ability to do that. So now, after knight cd2, queen c4, knight b3, I imagine, is what we want.
Maybe.
How about
Yeah,
this?
this
How about
is,
no,
this
wait.
is a move, yeah?
That is protect. He did play it.
Yeah, he did. Rook b5 immediately. And
Do we ever go g5, g4? Usually it's a recipe for disaster, right? I mean, start active counterplay, creating new weaknesses. But again,
if you want to play for win, maybe. But if you...
Wait, if I go here, how bad is it? I still somehow pretty bad. Now the knight on his...
Knight on e7 is not better than knight on c6,
exactly. But that is the kind of the curse of this.
And also after knight c8, the pawn on c7, the knight will be protected on d6. Yeah. And after c6, not.
So can I go knight c8, in fact?
Yeah.
Because knight e5, knight d... same c6. Yeah.
Or even knight d6.
Knight d6, yeah, knight d6 is also possible. Here, you'll go here, right? I don't know. That is much harder.
Yes, but it's interesting because the situation with the on the clock is...
Yeah, like with 1 minute on the clock, I imagine it's definitely not something you want to do with white.
Yeah.
But strangely, there have been so many examples. I don't know if you had this one. I definitely had. Like you have, again, very similar game, let's say, where you have an advantage and you don't know how to transform it or convert it. Let's say you could take this a5 pawn many times, but you're never satisfied. And then you get to 1 minute and you say, okay, now it's the time. Now you take this pawn in the worst possible moment or breakthrough, you know, like some breakthrough on a king side. And then you postpone it, and then when you're on seconds, you say, okay, suddenly that's the time. That's where I go for it. So this impulsive, you know, decision. Yeah. Took me quite some time to accept that sometimes best you can do is just accept a draw, even though, simply because you've already lost the rhythm and it's like only seconds left. So just repeat it, and I believe saved me some points.
He played
rook b5, knight c8, yes, and he played something fast. Queen d5, and did he? Wanted to say, did he blunder c6?
No, I think
there is rook a5.
Yeah. And you know,
clever.
It's interesting to trade the queens for white because it's easier to play.
Of course, it's easier to play. I'm just like trying to, because I was scared for a bit that this guy is getting trapped, but you do have e5 yourself. Takes here, or maybe in some other order, I'm not sure. And white is, white is a pawn up. So knight c7. Rook a5 you have. Because I thought this would be some sort of repetition. Yeah, like some really stupid repetition. But you have rook a5. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I feel like objectively white still has some chances, but in a game you just like blunder something and immediately make a draw. Anyway, queen d5, c6 not played yet, and Shant has still it's relatively comfortable, 6 minutes. So he can.
Can we avoid trades?
Can we avoid the trade of queens? Queen a6. Then we lose this a5 pawn for free, right? So it seems that queen d5 actually forces the queen's trade. There is something with knight b6.
Nice idea, because after trades,
if I
will protect the pawn on e5. Yeah.
This is attacked, right? And so now white kind of has to take.
Okay, let's
take, take, and then you go knight c5, and you're better all of a sudden because you still win the a4 pawn. So wait, what do I do after knight b6? Should I like go back?
Go back maybe.
It will be very hard to do, I'm telling you. Like for him, when he was like looking for this chance, I believe like after knight b6, very likely you just like take on.
Okay,
take
you
on
can
it
take
and
this. No. After knight b6, maybe you can take.
take on b6 first.
First, yeah.
Fair. And then we fall for this.
Because
now the queen is protected.
Yeah.
Now the queen is protected. There was a knight on c6, and then we fall for this. But luckily, if I believe the compy, we do not lose immediately. But it's a messy position now. Knight f4, c4, rook takes, g3, knight d3. Now I refuse to analyze it. Yeah, no, but it looks scary. But if you think like even if white has made 3 moves in a row, d6, d7, d8, you don't win the game. You win a piece, meanwhile black takes some f2 pawn. So it's still not guaranteed that you are getting anywhere. So is knight b6 played?
Knight b6,
not yet.
Not yet, but
not yet.
Maybe
we feel like it's the best move. The best move, or maybe the only move. And I imagine Shant
instead of c6.
Originally, I believe, he thought about queen d5 is not possible, and because I just play c6 and can't really do much. So that's a cool tactic found by Aram Kobian. But knight b6 would be cool counter tactic if Shant Sargsyan finds it.
The moment is very important now for black.
Yeah, 40 seconds for Hakobian and almost 4 minutes. Almost 4 minutes for Shant Sargsyan. It's one of those, want to say, rare games that you have a meaningful middle game. So there is like still a middle game that may make some sense. And it's already moved 56. So remember, yesterday we had the opposite example where they played the rook endgame, Artemiev. Yeah, and it seemed, who was it? It was Hovhannisyan
against Artemiev.
Yeah. They play the rook endgame, and you feel like they played for quite some time, and then you see it's moved to 32.
Yeah.
So it was very quick transition pretty much from the opening straight into the endgame. And here it's the opposite, because they're approaching move 60, and still a lot of stuff on the board, and objectively after knight b6, white actually supposed to keep the queens. So it could be more and more fight with a lot of pieces on the board.
As we remember, they started with no exchange at all.
Yeah. So I think first capture was made after move 20. That's I'm certain. Right. So they're torturing us from every possible way.
Maybe queen d5 is unexpected move.
For sure. He seriously, I think he. Why we never looked at queen d5 before?
Because
there was the knight on the way, knight in the way, and so on. Yeah. The knight was in the way.
The square was.
I know that's one of my strange lines right here. Here, yeah.
It's really the first time that then.
So
the option.
But then it's like kind of nicely spotted, this queen d5 thing.
So only 1.5 minutes left. And
could it be that black finds something like this to be attractive now?
Try to set the queens.
Queen b3. No, I thought I don't see it. I thought it could be that the rook stuck on a5 and so on, but black is not having
g5, g4 idea.
Yeah, but black is not there yet. Like if black already had some threats against the king, then it could work. No. Like if you get this, you absolutely have to like take, go here. I mean, pretty much like look at this long line. Yeah, take, d3. D3 is something new, right? ef6, king f6, fe3. The same thing. Knight c7, rook b8,
Maybe we
knight
will see it on the
a6.
board, you know.
Some rook
C6 was
b3.
played.
C6 was played. Okay. Okay. At least no more maneuvering.
And
The
now
game changed. Of course, rook a5 played
rook
immediately.
a5, yeah.
Rook a5 played immediately. I think there is no other thing you can do but to take.
Take.
Rook a8. Here
Couple
you
of,
could have alternatives. Like
No.
I'm not sure. Yeah, like d4 feels like
Feels
the
like
best
the
move,
best
the
move.
most straightforward move. But you could have alternatives like knight c7 or
Yeah, to attack
or
the rook.
c7, like to
immediately.
threaten the rook. Rook a5 though.
But now you have a d4 option.
Yeah, now you don't. Now I don't have d4. That's true.
You know the
That is
position
true.
exists on the board.
Ah, yeah. So now it's rook a8, d4 played. Yeah.
Yeah,
C takes.
e takes.
E takes.
And the only move e5
Yeah, that's the
for
only
white.
move. The only move is e5.
So
Yeah.
it's easy to play for both sides.
Finally, this moment had to come, right? So that they speed up. But after, say, this sequence of exchanges, I'm actually not sure
And
what
maybe
is
here,
better, bishop e5
5
or
or-
d3. Do you have a third option now? I don't think.
Maybe it is the
Like,
first
bishop e7
moment
is
there.
just
You can choose something.
Say d3,
Check.
ef6, king f6, fe3, knight c7 apparently, knight a6, and now
How can we avoid the repetition? Maybe
rook b3
Rook
to
b3.
defend this guy. Yeah,
knight c5
knight c5,
and rook
a3.
a3. With the idea to promote the extra pawn. But
I'm not sure how, let's say, how easy or how hard it is to win, because I see this for knights. I understand there's a lot of jumping, and even though white has the pass pawn, black is, for the first time in this game, I think we can say that all of black pieces are more or less like well placed, coordinated, and white king is still far away.
so it's 60 move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just made move
60.
60 after e5. No, black captured on e5, knight e5, d3, fe3. Now black to move, and again, like the strongest is this trick, knight to c7, where white is supposed to go rook a5. Maybe this is a better,
How to
better
stop the
version.
pawn on a4 for black?
But is it like for now?
Maybe
I'm more concerned with the question how to move the pawn, because the rook isn't. What do they want? Like, I'm not even sure what they want. I guess knight c4 to connect everything, so that's why knight b6 or knight d6.
b6
B6.
also tried to take on f4.
Yeah, maybe let's go knight d6, knight f3. I just realized something.
And
So black.
if we change the rooks, it should be easy win for white or not. For example, rook a8.
Rook a8. Rook takes, knight takes. It should be an easy win in theory, but also if you think black needs to trade,
To trade
all of his
all
stuff for all of white pawns, and then two knights are not enough. And actually, we have to keep in mind this. We probably don't trade the rooks deliberately. What we should start trading or try to trade like as many pawns as possible, and then
And
we
then
have one knight we will sacrifice for a 4 pawn, and then yeah,
And it's
so
okay, yeah.
one can dream. Yeah, one can dream. I think it's not done. I know what is the nightmare scenario for the commentators. I mean, for the players, they can, yeah, obviously they can play, they will play, they'll try their best. For the commentators, nightmare scenario will be two knights against the pawn. Hopefully not today, but it's not impossible. Yeah, knight c7, rook a5 happen. Then knight b6 or knight d6. What happens if I go knight c4? Then black takes,
Takes.
takes, and
And
still I don't understand why, let's say, this is not winning or winning. Just I don't understand anything about this position. I feel like, okay, this one I made it
this is
easy enough
easy.
for white to win. Right, I made it easy enough for white to win. But I'm just like looking for what setup black has to go for.
We should put our no. We should put our pieces. The rook on e6 and the knight on a6. And
This,
yeah,
this.
could we
Yeah, I mean, we can.
just
Yeah, like for now we control
just to
it.
stop the pawn?
Yeah, rooks. Yeah, maybe can we like go h4? Not sure if we need. Like I wanted to stop the king from coming to the center, but they can do so via g1, f2, e3.
But with the pawn on h4, maybe it's harder to exchange.
Then I want my knight on g3, right? And then I go rook f6. Wait,
some
how?
mate ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, just like if they let me do it somehow. Say this, this. It's you know, guys. You know, guys. It's kind of self checkmate.
Okay.
Ah,
Knight g3.
funny thing is that there is still knight d2. So I said like if we get all the way to this position, that black is winning all of a sudden. But even then, like
a6, for example, it's not.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. Like if you pass, then that's a checkmate. But even there, knight d2 is good enough. Oi, 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 oi. So we come back to which one? Rook to a5, I think. Yeah, rook a5, and then you'll tell me
knight b6.
knight b6. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Logical.
Knight d2 to f3.
Rook e7. Rook a7.
Pinning the horsey.
Yeah, and.
I mean, you again, you can do this knight c8, knight d6 business.
Yeah.
Knight c8. Then, actually, rook is
rook b7 and
extremely stupid here. Knight d6, right?
Yeah, should be. Not yet, but but it's logical to play.
Now Hakobian has 3 minutes, and it's Shant who is down to 1 minute. So initiative on the clock, at least, is in White's favor now. So no knight d6 yet, even though we think it's, if not the only, but very, very sensible move.
And he's thinking, yeah? No.
Sean still didn't play a move, right? Or did he? I don't see any.
Why he hesitates here? Any other option, maybe?
Maybe something like that exchanges the rooks. Not that we dream of exchanging the rooks. Or, I don't know, knight a6. I'm not sure. I know. I think this thing is hanging.
I need to.
I think this thing is hanging. It's not the real position. So we are behind.
Need to update.
We are behind, and you guys are even more behind. Because
another game. So
yeah. Oh, come on! I mean, the bajillion moves were played. Knight d6, rook b3,
and knight d6.
So bajillion being 2 moves. Knight d6. Now I was just like looking at this camera view, and I see there is nothing on the 8th rank. So I was surprised. Like, what's going on? I guess that's your best practical chance anyway, to keep the pieces on the board. So at least like when white tries to, come with the king, there will be like checks, possible forks, and so on. So the more
knight
you...
Knight c5 is also...
Yeah, knight c5 is up. Yeah, it's white to
attack the pawn and the rook.
But it's white to move, right? After knight e6, yeah. Ah, you mean like if I move the king? Yeah. That's... I guess you'd be playing rook a3 like anyway. Not sure. Or a5. Wait, a5, there is rook a7, rook a3, and some Maybe
It's
stop it
blocked, yeah.
here, go here, go here. Yeah, there is also some scenario where, let's say, it will turn out that maybe something like this and you just cannot break through. Okay, this one you probably can, but that's a very rare endgame, I want to say. A very
Yeah,
rare material, like
material.
rook each and two knights
Two
each.
knights.
Yeah, it's not very often you have something like that. 96, a5 played. a5 played. Ideally, of course, you'd prefer your rook somewhere
Or
behind the
behind
passed
the
pawn,
pawn.
so it stops the pawn and at the same time creates some threats against the king. Then I
As in any rook endgame, of
yeah.
course. But
So strangely, you have four knights.
for that, but it's still rook
Yeah,
endgame.
for the rook, still the best place is behind the passed
Behind
pawn.
the passed pawn, yeah.
So what happens if, again, I try some crazy, desperate stuff, like
Ah,
here, here? No.
only
It's,
two
again,
moves left
nonsense.
before
Nonsense
super
again,
move.
yeah.
Ah, you
This
have
you will take. Yeah, yeah, this you will take. And
h4.
h4 you
You
can take as
also
well.
take.
H4 you can take. No.
That's why he played
a5, rook a7.
seven and knight c6.
Whoa, wait. The rook was here. Yeah. Rook a7, knight to c6.
Attacking the rook.
Wait. Does it mean...
Ah, you can.
It's actually a clever move, right?
Yeah, because you maybe can trade the rooks immediately after rook b6.
Rook a6, rook b6. What's that?
Because if you play rook a8 here, I don't know, for black, maybe some
Wait, can you go a6?
6 and
Knight c4, rook
rook
b4, or
with
knight
with
c8,
the
rook
tempo, rook
b8.
b8.
Okay, let's agree on something. So this we think is a winning position, right? For white. I mean, it should be. It should be. Like, it's too much. It's too much.
And too
Right.
passive.
The pawn is too far. King's gonna come into center. Yeah, this one's winning. So black ideally would prefer to keep the rooks on the board.
Ah, he played rook c7, of course.
After knight c6 he
Of
played
course.
rook c7.
To avoid the rooks.
Yeah, to avoid the rook trade. But then apparently this is very strong. Because now if you take white takes, you cannot stop white from like putting the rook behind. I think now the like
Maybe
any
rook-
sort of this come to play is too late.
And rook a7, rook a3, yeah.
Rook a7, can you go? No, rook a3.
Ah, it's,
They
it's
actually have
protection.
knight c4, right. Rook a7 is the same trick, but with the other knight. You again go knight c6. You again go knight c6. Rook c7, and here you... Wait a second. You actually have to go rook c3, which is hard to find.
Wow, it's not easy to...
Because if
not
this,
obvious
it's this, and you take e3, and it should be just a draw, because now in many scenarios, even this will be hard to win.
Any 15 seconds
Seconds for...
for white. He played knight on e5.
So he didn't play... Yeah, I get it. After rook c7, he didn't play knight d4, he went knight f to e5. How about f6? Or there is a trick again? Yeah, because f6, like usually when knights defend each other, you attack both knights, you know, it's very dangerous, right? But there is apparently a trick once again. Rook d3, hit this, and then
if I take and
if you
protect
take... Yeah, this one's of course like much more comfortable win. And
so
if
it's
you...
a trap.
Yeah, and if you move, then it's rook d7, right?
At least, yeah, should be. But can I take the pawn maybe?
Rook d7, knight d7. Yeah, you take this guy, a6, knight... I don't know.
Maybe knight c7.
Knight
to
c7,
stop the
a7. And now I have no idea what's going on. Knight a8.
You should calculate
Yeah.
here.
Like this one, if you'd show me this position, I would think white should be winning with such a pawn on a7 and so on.
And the knight on a8. To stop.
Yeah, it's
And
far
the
from
rule
being
that
easy.
the knight is a bad blocker of
Yeah, knights have difficulties like stopping the rook
three
pawns. Yeah,
rook pawns. Yeah.
f6 played. Did he go rook d3 or not
Something
yet?
else, maybe. Mm, maybe some tricks here.
I don't know.
Just to promote the pawn, for example. No, a6, a6, a7. No.
a6 played, yes. Wait a second.
Yeah.
a6. But this gives me.
For
Hang on.
example, if we takes a7, and how to stop it?
Takes a7. Like, if I take a7, I'm lost, right? If I
Really.
go here, you go here.
And also
I go
lost.
here. How am I lost? I don't understand. I gotta stop it for now. And I even know that I'm lost because computer tells me. But it's absolutely crazy because I am lost because of a move knight d8, which
Do you like some
threatens. Yeah, this is seriously. This is for a very good puzzle. You have to decide like from what position you look at it. So and if I get it correctly, the point is I'm threatening knight e6 to deflect this guy, and if the king f6 move is played, then I have knight b7 disturbing it. No, but
this guy.
if he wins with knight d8 on seconds, that will be legendary.
And the price for, of course, for the beautiful.
Do we have like a beauty prize for this tournament? I'm not sure. Okay, what was played was knight c5. Wait a sec. Did we? So a6 was really cool in this line, right? We already know. But a6 was a blunder because knight c5 hit this. Wait, if I still go a7, you just take rook a7. No, no, no. And after rook a3, black can...
Only 3 seconds left, no?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot of... Knight b5? Too many things. Okay, one thing out of the way, if I try to take the knight and then take this knight, white's actually winning. Because the x-ray on the 6, you cannot defend this knight, rook g6, white's winning. But
It's
there
easy
are...
to...
It's actually easy to blunder, yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But what's also easy to blunder is like some knight b5,
Rook
a5,
and
we
takes
take
here?
this guy. Now if you take b5, I think it's just a draw question mark. Here, here, here,
and
here,
should be
here.
draw.
This, as far as I know, it's relatively simple draw. It's crazy. What did black do after
I need to update. Oh, wow! Draw on the
draw?
board.
You mean,
Yeah.
and we see them discussing. What a game, Maria, what a game. So, final moves were knight to c8. And then both knights are hanging. One of them attacked with the pawns. If you move, black just takes the knight on c6. So he couldn't find, on seconds, he couldn't find anything better, and there wasn't anything better but to go a7, where I guess black just takes on a7, rook a7, rook a7, knight a7, and fe5, and you have three pawns each, absolutely equal. And that's how they've agreed a draw. Fantastic save, huh?
Fantastic game.
I have to say, fantastic save by Shan Sargsyan. Being worse for good chunk of a game, maybe 50 moves or something, being worse, being borderline lost, and yet he didn't crack under pressure and he saved it. And that allows us to say thank you very much, guys. If you made it that far, if you've been with us till the very end of this game, we'll think on how to improve this, like travel into the future, seeing the moves that you do not see, that you do not see on chess.com. And I think this will be it. Once again, what were the results? We, in fact, had only one decided game, right?
Only one result today.
So the draws are Donchenko Hovhannisyan and Artemiev Sevian quite quickly. Then Aravind lost with white against Reis Robson. Nihal Sarin Shimon Gumulaj was a draw, and then finally the one that we together were looking at was this dramatic very intense game that ended in a draw between Aram Hakobian and Shant Sargsyan.
Today the pairings are...
For tomorrow, I mean.
For tomorrow
Yeah.
pairings are Onisan Savian, Sargsyan Artemiev, Gumulash Hakobian, Robson Michal Sarin, and Donchenko Aravind.
Donchenko Aravind. Okay, and what's the standing? So we keep Donchenko
As a leader?
As the leader. We keep Gumulaj as the leader with one and it's not one and a half. It's two out of three with +1. Right, and despite the fact that Ray Robson won, he's not joining them because he lost to Donchenko previously, so Ray Robson is on 50%. And with that out of the way, I think we should say thank you very much. And
see you tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow, guys. Thanks for watching.